Okay, that should make us live. That's going. So is that. Let's look over here. Mic's working. Yep. Analytics. Okay. So let me get these things up here. There we go. And we're working on the music video, but we're taking a break for lunch. So let's find something. There he is. I'm about 10 minutes into this. Where did I stop it? I'm just gonna watch this while I eat. 10 minutes in. Okay.
Viewer to this channel, I must ask you to take it on faith or go and confirm it by watching all of my other videos. I am genuinely not one of those people who makes a habit of banging on about cultural Marxism and the woke and all that stuff. I don't think I've used the word woke unironically since 2022, mostly because modern expressions of these kinds of ideas are shallow, pop-edgy adolescent fashion rather than serious ideologies. But even if the writers are a bunch of stunted teenagers who couldn't read Das Kapital if their lives depended on it, damn near every character gets a chance to preach derivations of its virtues. Dark of House Dinklage outright plagiarizes your average twat on the Marxism subreddit at one point.
They're actually a band of erstwhile actors whose sustenance was made unstable by the Queen's greedy economic policies, which forced them into a liminal space where ethics and motives are ill-defined.
Our charmless potato thief
They actually went there in the movie. I might actually have to find like a cam of this and watch it.
gets captured, but Lord Farquaad frees him after singing a song about how stunning and brave she's going to be, but later, the movie reads this as the first step to her awakening, to become the brave and fearless leader she was born to be. And because the magic mirror on the wall finds stunning and brave princesses sexy, as we're all supposed to do, it came down in the directive. It decides she is now more attractive than Gal Gadot, and this is not true. The movie is obliged, presumably by contract, to throw in the odd scene taken directly from the original movie, and it always does this with what I can only describe as sullen resentment. None of these scenes actually fits in the story, and almost no attempt is made to explain their presence or smooth the transitions between them, which is why the mirror deciding that Lord Farquaad is now the fairest of them all, based on absolutely no change in her appearance or even really her character, seems so forced. I'm obliged to stress at this point that the mirror cannot be playing semantic games with the audience. That is not how magic mirrors work.
They probably had a good amount of the magic mirror scenes originally, but considering they went to like 3 reshoots for this thing, they probably just got lost in the shuffle. They were too busy doing reshoots and trying to fix some of the controversial stuff. Because there's that photo that leaked that were like 7 people in Snow White, and they were like, oh my gosh, look what they did with the dwarves. And then Disney was like, no, we have dwarves. Meanwhile, they're reshooting.
It is not allowed to tell lies, and it's previously told the evil queen that she is the fairest in the land. It can only mean this if the word fair denotes her physical appearance, because if it means fair in the other sense, denoting moral character, then the evil queen was never the fairest in the land to begin with. And yes, obviously, I'm mentioning this here because it's going to come back and completely explode the entire movie later. Having learned that the mirror has cataracts or some sort of severe brain trauma and it now considers Rachel Ziegler to be the epitome of sex, the queen sends her huntsman to take the girl into the woods and kill her. But when he pulls the knife, he is disarmed to discover that the poor princess is severely disabled, as evidenced by her face here, and his moral scruples do not allow him to execute the mentally ill, so instead he tells her to run away, and by the way, say the Queen lied about your father. We'll deal with that later. And into the forest she goes. It's a brilliant sequence in the 1937 film, but this one had its imaginative faculties lobotomized, and so the only memorable visual we get is her almost getting raped by an ent. Even though she is on the run and will outright tell us later that she must get far away from the castle as quickly as possible, she wanders into Midget's Landing, seat of House Dinklage, and immediately has a nap. We never meet the actual dwarves, because Peter Dinklage pulled up the tiny little stepladder behind him and ensured that dwarf actors who might have been cast in the kinds of roles he himself would once have accepted instead ended up living out of shoeboxes and street drinking their sorrows away while waiting for their unemployment checks to arrive.
What they're doing is pretty much you're replacing jobs that people could have as little people. Okay. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, it's for dwarfs.
Instead, we meet these creatures from the netherworld who might genuinely have been designed to keep child psychologists in work. They are introduced with their own new version of the Hi-Ho song, which is more than twice as long as the original, and it doesn't contain even a tenth of the charm. The movie doesn't seem to trust its songwriter's ability to make memorable songs, with good reason, it must be said, so it tries to distract us with a kaleidoscopic chaos sequence in which bright colors are sharted haphazardly onto the screen in what I can only describe as a sincere attempt to murder epileptics. 3 of them just about emerge with something approaching gimmicks. There is Grumpy, who is grumpy. There's Doc, who is some sort of Stalinist and quotes the Communist Manifesto. And then there's Dopey, who the movie is at pains to inform us is not in this version. They do this by depriving him of all personality. We learn that he is only mute because he's basically been bullied into silence by the other dwarves, which allows Lord Farquaad to inspire him, because her raison d'etre, as every fucking line of dialogue is at pains to remind us, is to be a revolutionary leader who inspires all those around her to do all of the work.
He was referencing a French word, raison d'être, which is translates to basically like meaning of existence, or like the reason. It's basically like the reason you're put here on Earth. My raison d'être is to do video production, and he mangled the pronunciation on purpose. He just called me. It's funny.
For her.
Now you wash the dishes. You tidy up the room. Come on. You clean those cobwebs. And he'll use the broom. Me?
Hey, Belly. We're watching some stuff while I'm stuffing my face, and we're back to the Skyrim, working on the Skyrim music video.
You clean the fireplace, and I'll use the broom.
And he'll use the broom.
Me?
And I'll use the broom.
Then the movie suddenly decides it's had quite enough of the dwarves. So, in one of the jankiest whiplash transitions I have ever seen put to film,
I forgot getting along could be so much fun. I forgot we had an oven in here.
When I was a little girl, every day was like this.
Every day?
Every day. When my father was king, the huntsman said the queen lied about my father.
she suddenly remembers that her dad, the king, might still be alive somewhere because the queen, she told a lie about him, and she resolves to go and find him. The queen has the huntsman dragged before her, and this is an excuse for what convention demands I describe as Gal Gadot's song. Really, what it amounts to is Gal Gadot awkwardly strutting around like she is an alien trying to figure out how to be people, while the auto-tune does its best to provide some sort of melody.
I could spare you or tear you right down.
And, to be honest, it's one of the best scenes in the entire movie. All Gal Gadot scenes are hilarious. I'd say the Ziegler creature's performance is equally bad when it comes to the technical side of things, but she lacks Godot's iconic clumsiness. You have a lot of fun watching Gal. You want to see more of her. Whenever Ziegler's on the screen looking like a theater kid who laced her own farts with Ritalin and really likes the smell, you find yourself wondering whether Sean Connery might have had a point.
The cartoon was made 85 years ago.
This guy's got jokes.
And therefore it's extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in roles of power.
They can't leave it alone. They want to have the last word, and you give them the last word, but they're not happy with the last word. Then I think it's absolutely right.
To give her a good slap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being deeply resentful of its own existence, the movie gives up completely at this point, and it starts mashing all of its various plot beats onto the screen as quickly.
He's him splicing all that together in the timeline for this video. This guy's got jokes. Now my food's settling. Okay. All right, let's update the calendar. So we're done with the lunch break. And let's go here to down to like here. Okay. And we're gonna make this Skyrim music video. I'm gonna put a good chunk of time into it. Okay, we can get rid of the lunch break. All right. I guess we can keep listening while we can listen to this while I'm editing, because there's not much. I'm still focused on the text right now. I've got to I got to improve what I did yesterday. Yeah, Sons of Skyrim. So I found some better text generators that might. Ooh. Oh, I definitely need to get up and stretch today. We need to let me lean back in my chair where I get my lumbar support. We got the workout on there? Yes. And this will be take Benadryl. That'll be a reminder for me to get my ass up or get ready for bed. Hey, Unfiltered Ruti, we are in the process of editing a Skyrim music video, and we've got the first part pretty locked in. I'm just making some refinements to this second set of text right here. Like the word Skyrim, I've got a better asset right here to use. So I'm playing around, and I'm kind of tidying up what I've done right here, and then I'm pretty happy with it up to this point. With the adjustments that I'm making, I'm pretty happy up to this point, and then moving forward, I've got a bunch of footage, and then I've got to get a bunch more footage to fill in all these spots. Excuse me. So and then we've got a super heavy modified version of Skyrim, where we can take a bunch of great scenic images and stuff. And I'm at the point where I need to like start spawning things in and getting them to fight each other and that kind of stuff. So we're gonna get all that figured out. We'll be able to do that with console commands in the Skyrim game. Now the question is this transparent background? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. Oh, and I'm a huge film nerd. Where did this guy go? So I'm a huge film nerd, and this guy's channel, he doesn't have a ton of subscribers. His name's Lost Chord, and he follows the film industry and talks about like the movie development and business side of things and the audience, and I appreciate his analysis of stuff. He's based in the UK. And in this video, he's talking about the failure that is the Snow White movie. So I wouldn't say I'm learning anything new here besides like besides the specifics of what is awful about the movie. It's just funny because it's clear to me that Disney panicked when that image leaked and they weren't going to have the dwarves. And then they already had the controversy with Peter Dinklage. So there's just this whole production was just mired. And then the actress, the other thing is too, Rachel Zegler, said a lot of off the cuff things and stuff that's got her in hot water, and all this other kind of stuff. And they're saying that, she's cost the company a lot of money, but why didn't the Disney company, get her some media liaison lessons, before they even started putting her out there on the red carpet. Why didn't they? Maybe she did get lessons and they just didn't sink in. I don't know. I don't know the details of that.
As possible. Lord Farquaad walks 3 minutes into the forest, and in that time she encounters the Queen's soldiers and the potato thief and his band of bandits. One of them's an actual dwarf, and I'm quite sure he was added in reshoots because they read the press and they realized they shouldn't have staked so much on the word of Peter's little Dinklage. My evidence for this is that he doesn't belong in any of the scenes he's in. He only has about 3 lines in the entire movie, and 2 of them are the same.
I am the Rebel Quick, master of the crossbow. I am the Rebel Quick, master of the crossbow.
My evidence against this is that the entire movie looks like it was added in reshoots, so it's kind of impossible to tell what actually was. The bandits get attacked by the Queen's soldiers and the potato thief gets shot. There's absolutely no reason to give a shit that the potato thief got shot because A, he's not a character, and B, he's fully healed by the dwarves within 2.5 minutes, or just over half a hi-ho. You really have to watch it in context to appreciate how totally and bizarrely redundant the whole thing is. But that's because it's not really here to stir any emotion in the audience. It's here because 2 minutes later, the movie wants he and Lord Farquaad to be truly, madly, deeply in love. Speaking of things being bizarrely redundant, that is pretty much it for the dwarves. They play no further role in the tale. They never played much of a role in it to begin with. Their last involvement, as is the case with every ancillary character in the movie, is as a means to an end. The midgets briefly bicker with the diversitards for no obvious reason, and this allows Lord Farquaad to give them all a lecture about the importance of working together and being a team. And by teamwork, she means doing exactly what she tells them. It's only now that Lord Farquaad is here that the masses can learn to set aside the folly of individualism and develop class consciousness. This is to show her becoming a leader. Again. Then Then we get a love song between Lord Farquaad and the Potato Thief, but because the film's default setting for its songs is
that's
Let
the
It Go
one.
from Frozen, the love song, like all the other songs, is a loud and emotionless piece of generic pop, so you're left with the absurd spectacle of two mannequins belting lines at each other from close range, as though it's a competition to see whose eardrums break first. We now having devolved into listless and then storytelling. As soon as the song is over, a hunting horn is blown and the soldiers are back. That'll teach you for doing karaoke while you're supposed to be on the run, you fucking chimps. Potato Thief says he'll lead the soldiers away from the pygmy grotto. Lord Farquaad gives him the necklace with all her alleged character traits.
It's not the same trying to work on a video and listen to this. This is not good background stuff. Not for me trying to put on some Elder Scrolls music, I guess. That's S-Beast, Foundation, Plank Roll. Legendary drops. So you got anything new? I hear the Oblivion remake's really good. Give me just a sec. I'm trying to... Where did I put that music?
The body saw.
We did all that. Okay. I guess maybe we could listen to Mike and Rich talk about movie. Let's just put on the music. There we go. So I'm... Okay, that's got to be the thing that says Skyrim right there. Yeah, that. And it's going to be this font. Okay. And then this one is going to be Sons of, and it needs to be, I need to look up the name of the font that I want. I don't remember it. We downloaded it last night, so it's fresh in my head. I know which one. It's that one. It's this one, I think. My computer's lagging? Holy crap, my computer's lagging. There we go. It's this one. Herot. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's reset everything. Okay, I guess we gotta zoom it out. I don't see a size anywhere. Now why has that got the thing around it though? Okay, let's actually get rid of this. Nope. Wrong delete key. There we go. Okay, which one does this say? This is Sons of... Where the hell is this? The size? Settings, 3D root. Come in, settings, rotation, angle, anchor point, generator. Yep, text. Regular what? Color. Color gray? Okay, there we go. Yeah, there's no way to change the text size. It's this, take it or leave it. This is the size. Okay, so this one says Sons of, so we'll move this one over here real quick. Alright, let's get rid of this one real quick. Add it back. Oops, did it again. There we go. Alright, so the Sons of text is down here. Okay, it's dark. That's way too dark. Oops. Oh, I didn't save it. I got the color right and then I didn't save it. Okay, we got to do something about the Sons of coming in. Let me just look at these real quick. No, it's not going to work. No. I'm looking for something to bring. I don't want to do that. Camera shake, not really. Is there a 3D flip? Maybe. Looks a little tacky. Nah. No, not that one. It's probably going to be the crash zoom. Let's do the crash zoom. So this comes in. We got Sons of, boom. Skyrim. Okay, and then what I need to do now oh my gosh. Alright, how do I do this?
I move these. Up here. And one of them up there. And then I move some of this stuff under it. And that way it'll be all spliced together. Okay. Alright, let's do it while I'm thinking about it. Let's tackle this. Okay. I can't chop this text up because then it'll be in a different spot. So I guess what I could do is bring it above. Yeah, let's do that. Get up there. Shit. Okay. Oh, see, that covers all that up. We can't do that. We got to do it later. Okay. Video transitions. Tip to color. Which one is this? Effect edgy? What's its name? Edgy? Okay. Edgy right there, okay. Okay, well it's not gonna take that. Okay, so we fixed it. Yeah. Yeah, let's move this one up too. Come on. this one. Okay. Okay. Can I get edgy on anything else? Right there. Let's get edgy right there. Well, let's see what it looks like at a different. Okay, I think that's it. I think let's render that. Okay, there's the input. Here's the output. YouTube, first rough draft. Title crawl. Okay, so let's clear this out. Let's add this to the render queue, and we're just going to do a quick little render to see what it looks like. Because there's a lot going on. And I want to see what it looks like in the video. The preview window is actually not able to keep up because we got so many effects in there. So it's still it's not like a total slideshow, but for best results, for best viewing results, we're gonna do it this way. So there's first rough draft. Is this it again? Is it the no? Okay, where did we render it? Oh, we put it in the Skyrim project folder. Okay. Well, let's cut it out of there. Put it on the desktop. All right, let me pause the music, and then I'm gonna hide my webcam for those of you watching with us. Okay, and I'm gonna make this full screen, and this is a quick sneak preview, just the very intro. I just want to make sure we got the intro right so we can move on with the rest of it. So from here at the desktop, that's the wrong window. It's this one right here. First draft title call. Yeah. Yep. Yep, that's it. Yes. Yes, we did it. Okay, that is acceptable. I think that'll get some attention my way. I think we'll get some more people showing up to hang out after this gets released. I sincerely hope so. I gotta hurry up and get this done because Doom Dark Ages is coming out. If I want to work that algo, I gotta make a Doom music video. Okay. We can turn up the audio. Okay, that's better. Okay, let me just say what's going. All right, so I'm just gonna play this part again and just like. Okay, this shouldn't this should. What else do we got? Yeah, let's use that. Let's hook them in with that. That's a good one. Is that too short? And should there be something besides just a jump cut there? How about we do video transitions, side wipe. Slide. And then it's going that way, right? Okay. We do the push. Did you use the cut one? Which you named differently? What are you talking about? I don't like that. I don't like that pushover like that. Maybe there's a... Yeah, there we go. The clip with like roof coming to view.
So it was black for a moment. You talking about this one? No, not this one. Oh, this one. This is when like something comes and cuts over. Like I could do a push wipe right here. And that could be something different. That. Okay. Here. Let's. Well. Hold on. Did I just break something? No. Okay. One of the things I definitely want to do is I want to get a good shot of Whiterun. I'm afraid I don't really like the way Whiterun looks with the current mod pack installed, so I mean, that looks good. Let's do the additive dissolve here too. And then right here, I want like, let's just load it up. Oh, I need to put my webcam back on. This thing is going to take a minute to load. Yep, it's loading everything up. It's loading. Come on, computer. This is why it says you need a solid state drive. There's no way you load all this stuff, all these individual files, on a regular hard drive. Oh, yeah. There's this big, huge thing right here. Look at this crazy thing. Oh, that was a good shot. Well, here, let's see if we can't get some footage of that thing. I'm gonna reload it real quick and then pause it. There we go. All right, now, let me get over here and let's hide the webcam. All right, now let's start the recording. I'm going to 5 and then what's the hide terminal command? TM, toggle menus. Okay, let me restart the recording real quick. There we go. All right. Toggle menu. Turn this off. There we go. Okay. Let's see what this looks like during the day. I'm really happy with that shot, but there we go. Let me start recording there. And go. Okay, toggle menu, toggle free cam, teleport to Whiterun.
Okay, so here's Whiterun. It's very foggy. Do we have an opportunity here? I think we do. Oops. Start recording. And then okay, there we go. We got some footage with that fog. Now a list of names for Skyrim. Especially clear weather. I'm gonna copy it. Okay. Now we go here and we paste it. Damn it. It doesn't seem like to be pasted. So let's move that over here. Okay, that's going to be force weather 10E1 F2. There it goes. Okay. There it is. That's Whiterun over there. Okay, so let's get over there quicker. Phoebus, where is is Phoebus around? Let's see. Oh, I don't see him yet. Now it's raining all of a sudden. Okay, maybe we deal with that. All right, this is that shot I want to get. Oh my god, I just realized with the left and the right mouse button, this is how you go up and down. Oh, thank goodness. I've been wanting to get shots like this. Okay. This is perfect. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, about right there. Okay, there we go. Alright, so now go start recording. And yeah, we just forced the weather. Okay, so let's hide the menus. Toggle menus. There we go. And we just go. Alright, here we go. Okay, now what I want to do is go all the way back up without moving anything. Okay, now I want to toggle the menus back. I want to wait. Okay, hold on. We'll get a shot like that later. Hold on. Okay, 13. Wait, more. No, it's just not dark enough. It's okay, forget it. Okay, let's forget that. We're still recording. No, I guess that's good. Let's stop. Okay. Alright, that seems good. Get out of here. Okay, let's go get our prizes. Oh, there's a bot. How do I do the thing? I don't even know how to mod chat. Oh, there you go. You click on their name. Oh, that's not it. Well, I found a way to restrict the bot, but I'll have to play with it later. Or I'll get Phoebus to show me. Start the recording. Okay, we can delete this one. There. Thank you. Thank you, Noob Fever. Appreciate you. Okay, that's actually a really good shot, so we should take that. That should be flyby, Titan, starry night sky. This is the daytime stuff that didn't turn out that well. I didn't like this part, but maybe we salvage this. Nah. Nah, we can get rid of that. Where's Fuse? Oh, I'm not sure. He might be busy with work. He works remote a lot. Okay, I like the cloudy bridge, foggy bridge. Garden crossing. What about this one? Oh yeah, this is the nice one. We're just gonna get that. Okay. And this is pan down on Whiterun during day. Okay, let's cut all of these. And let's put them in the Skyrim project. Okay, so now we're going to chop down this footage. We're going to start with this one because this is the shot that I really wanted to get. This is the shot that I've had in mind the whole time. Oops, wrong delete. There we go. Okay. Damn. A little bit more. There we go. Yeah, that's all she wrote. Alright, I got my prize. Let me get my prize. That's my footage right there. Get it. Okay, here we go. Okay, now this is what I was hoping for. Let's back this up here. Actually, let's do it right there. Okay. Would it be too many? Would it be too much? Because we got like. No, I think I should mark those because those beats are very, very pronounced. So. I got those, right? Yep. Okay, those are all right there. Those are all there for the beats. Okay. All right, I want to do another. I really like this additive dissolve stuff. Yeah, let's give it a whole second. Ooh, that actually looks really good. Wow, that actually blended really well. Okay, I really like the way that turned out. Okay, now what? Okay, I guess we got to start like leading up to some combat here because we got all the scenic stuff. So, okay, so right here, this is where we need to have a bunch of like killer finisher moves because there's those finisher moves in Skyrim. So that's what we need here. And then here, I want to be a little experimental, and we'll see if I can't spawn in some characters to like fight one another. And you can apparently stop time in the game engine or slow it down a lot too. So let's play around with that to fill in this section right here. But let me save first. I'm real happy with how it's turning out so far. Okay. Let's load it again. Running. Okay, it's running. That means it's in Mod Manager. So we'll run Novus. Let me go ahead and close Davinci. That way it's not hogging resources. And let me pull up here. Give me a list of console commands to spawn in Stormcloak and Imperial Guard and Imperial Soldiers and make them fight each other. Okay. Is it loading? Yeah, let's load it up. I'm looking at these console commands. It's a load. There it goes. I suppose I can put the webcam back on for a minute while we get things set up. Okay, let's load. We can load this one again. Okay, so we're gonna ditch this place. And where do we go? Let's go to let's see what Riften looks like, I guess. Helgen, Falkreath, Riverwood, Rorikstead, Solitude, Morthal, Dawnstar, Riften, there it is. Okay. Well, that didn't get me over there. House of Garnets. Okay, we're inside Riften, seems like.
Okay, now I can see where they're down.
Gems, potions, exotic ingredients, I have them all.
Fresh meats and produce.
I think this is the way
I'm
out.
really getting tired of your excuses.
I don't know you. You and Riften looking for trouble. Hey, you, get over here. I want to talk to you.
Okay. I forgot where the aspen trees were. I thought this is where the aspen trees were. Okay, well, let's do force weather. E1, F2. Okay. Is it morning? That's right, it is morning. Okay, I think we're going to get this shot real quick. This looks really good. I'll hide the webcam. Start recording. We will do slow the camera down, toggle free cam, toggle menus. We are recording. Let me do this. Yeah, let's do it this way. Okay. Okay, here we are. This looks like a good spot. So now let me try to do this. Okay. Oh, no, don't do that. Alright, now we're gonna get crazy. Here goes nothing. Okay, so player dot place at me 2 3 A B 8 10. Oh, oh no. Something's gone terribly wrong. These were supposed to be Stormcloak soldiers. This is not. What have I done? It's an abomination against nature. Now the wolves are attacking all of the fish. Oh no.
Oh no. Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear. Where do we want to go? Let's here, let's just go. We just need to figure some stuff out before we go scouting locations to do these shots at. Okay, we're back on the thing again. This is great. All right. So right here's fine. It's nice and safe. Now, what are we gonna do here? So, okay, player dot place at me 00 df d2 a ff 10 of those. Invalid object. 000. Oh, it's 3 zeros. D2 AFF 10 of them. That's not it either. Okay. What about player dot place at me Imperial Soldiers 0023. ABE. What? That's a Dougie. He just wanted a hug. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, put the dog down. Uh-oh.
Victory is yours.
Okay, what have I done? Okay, there we go. I couldn't let go of the dog. Oh my gosh. Well, that was a wolf. So, the things that ChatGTP is telling me to do are not accurate here. Let me look up from a different source. Here's the Skyrim console commands. There's the teleport command, list commands. Let's do Stormcloak. Spawn NPC. So let's click down there. Okay, type to search Imperial. Okay, Imperial Guard. Let's try this one. Player dot place at me 2A3D 710.
Another quiet day. I hope.
City's quiet.
Some dragon or giant will
Okay.
be ready.
That worked. All right, now hold on. Okay. That's the Imperial Guard. Now we need Stormcloak. Okay. So now, player place at me 00100 750 10. Oh, there it goes. All right, now hold on. Hold on now. Hold on. All right, we're getting somewhere. All right, now. So now what? Okay, they're already going to be fighting each other. So, how do I slow down time so everything is in super slow motion? Okay, so let's do that. All right, so we want to do SG TM 0.1. Okay, so that's global time multiplier. Whoa, hold on. Let's move the camera around rather slowly. Okay. Toggle free camera. There we go. Okay, now we go over here and start recording. Okay, there we go. Now we got some stuff to look at. Oh, toggle menu. There we go. Oh no. Here we go.
Give up while you still can. It's not.
Oh damn, their cloaks are all messed up.
Weren't expecting that, were you?
Oh, and these damn dogs are here, so that ruins the shot. And then their cloaks are all derpy. We've got some clipping there. I move the camera even slower.
You'll need to do better than that. No. Do your worst.
Okay, I shouldn't let them get bunched up like that. I should spawn them further apart. Okay. Alright, hold on. Let's stop that recording. Let's see. Now here, what is this? Alright, this is a great shot. Great scenic shot of mountain, clear day. Okay, and then we can delete this one because we've learned our lesson. So let's teleport to where the oh, it is Riften. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, that's not working either.
Not like this.
Then
Carry along to the Lord.
I submit.
I cannot help you. Not quite. Been wounded worse.
Oh, he's like crawling away. Get out of here.
This ends now. Warrior.
Okay, and they're both grouped up over here. All right, well, let's do COC. There we go. It is Novus. Yeah, we're gonna install Lore Rim like in a couple of days, and get footage that way too. Okay, so something is definitely wrong.
For the Emperor.
Yeah, it's looking good. I do need to... Okay, let's do this. Now let's try it. So... It does not teleport me there. Okay.
Give up while you still can.
Maybe we can just take the carriage. Oh, they're fighting a giant. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we just take the carriage. How much gold we got? A lot.
Need something?
Need something.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go?
We were just at Riften, so let's go check out Falkreath, I guess.
Climb and back, and we'll be off. Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead.
Okay. Yeah, alright, so this is what I'm talking about right here. So I actually like the rain. Yeah, we'll probably have to. I need to get some action shots kind of worked in. So what I was trying to do right now was just spawn like a bunch of. It's not working all of a sudden. Let me just save right here. And let's load up from that save. I want to see if I can get a shot of like a couple of Stormcloaks fighting Imperials. So we'll go check out Winterhold too, yeah. Alright, now let me see if this is gonna... Am I gonna spawn one person? No? Let me... Where is it? This should be a Stormcloak. This should be player dot. Oh, there they are. They're all up there. Oh, okay. Why are they all up there? Okay, well, let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. Alright, let me just start recording. Okay. It's too dark, too crowded. Too dark, too crowded. You guys stuck? You guys look stuck.
Steel's good, but loyalty's better. I'm loyal to Den Gear first, and the Empire second.
Well, good for you. Wow, they're broken.
Oh, hello there. What can I do for you? Blade? No, that would be lost. Both to the Empire and to Dane. I'm just an apprentice. When I'm finished, I'll return to my home in Syria. Looking to protect yourself or deal some...
See me at my forge if you need arms or armor.
Remember that.
I'm trying to figure out how I want to shoot, if I can shoot this tree. Maybe from really up high, actually.
this over a little bit. So we frame the tree right there. Do we want to go down or up? I think going up might make more sense. I don't think we have a shot where we just get all the way up. Like that, into this nice view. Yeah, let's do that. This is the shot right here, buddy. And then it roars up like that, yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna speed it up a little bit more. I think we're out of 5. I think we're gonna go 7. Maybe even 10. Nah, that'd be a little too quick. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. We're gonna hit record. I'm clicking here. Get out of the thing. Okay. Okay. Stop recording. Webcam.
Be
Okay.
quick about it.
Excuse me. All right, now. Okay, I already got a nice shot of that. Can we get up here? Wouldn't there be a good vantage point? How do we get up in there? Oh, there's a borrow right here too. Okay. I'm gonna go zipping around for a minute. There we go. I think that's the shot right there. Yeah. Start recording, hide the webcam. Toggle menu.
There we go. Okay. So we want to go down, is it? Oh, no, we want to go up. We want to go up on this one. Okay. So we're recording. Toggle menus. Oh, here we go. All that good volumetric cloud stuff right there. Okay. Okay. Should we go off center? Yeah, actually off center through here. Now there's the shot right there. That's a shot. All right. Oh, we're still recording. Let me just do this then. Okay. All right, I guess let's head over to... We got to get some like interior shots of dungeons and stuff too. Need to make a list of like all the places that we should go explore and get footage of. That's what we should be doing. Recording. Oops. Okay. Well, we're just gonna have to do that. And then I also want to get it from here. Okay. Okay, let's organize all that footage and see if we can't start figuring out where we're going to splice some of it in. Let's load up the desktop. Here we go. This was too dark. Too dark, not enough light. This one was a success. Okay, so this is town, cloudy day. Got 2 shots at one. And this is the funeral flyby. This is the graveyard. Peaceful flyby. Okay, so I'm gonna get all 3 of those. And then this one, and we're gonna cut. And we'll go to video projects, and we'll go to Skyrim, and we'll go here. Oh man. And let's go back up to Davinci. Music video. Okay, so here's more footage. There's the media pool. Here are the files that made it into the Skyrim project. Now we pull them back out over here. Okay. So we got all that, but I think what we'll do here, let's unlink all these. Shit. There. Oh shit. Wrong backspace. Wrong delete key. Don't press the delete key. Press backspace key. Okay. Here's all this footage. So there's Todd Howard. We're not going to use that. Let's get rid of that. And here's the Skyrim logo stuff. I guess we'll leave that there for now. Oh, that can get deleted. Yeah, that was a good shot. That's a good shot. There's a good shot in there. 2 good shots in there. Shot there. Okay. What's this? No, we don't like that one. What's this one? Okay, we got to use that shot. Okay, let's put some music back on. While I edit these down. actually. Okay, those are all good. Up it is. Okay. We're getting there. What about this one? Yeah, I like that one better. There we go. Okay, so here's a lot of footage that we got. This is all good stuff. These are all good scenic flybys. Okay. Okay. Let me pause the music. Because I really do think we got to figure out some combat stuff now. Because we got... Here, let me just... Go to the very beginning. Let's go to delivery. Whoops. To here is outro. Okay. Give me a YouTube preview. Use the NVIDIA codec. First rough draft. Skyrim. Video. Latest. Add to render queue. This one. Put that on the desktop. We're going to watch it one time from the top, and then I'm going to let the music go for a little bit because I'm going to let my mind tell me what needs to go after the this nice shot of Whiterun, basically. It feels like we need combat. We need people whacking, packing, and stacking. Okay, so let's open the file location. Here we go. One time from the top. This is the sneak peek stuff you get when you're on the live stream. This is like, by the time you folks are seeing the music video and are like, "Oh, this is so awesome," I'm actually sick of seeing it because I've watched it 1,000 times already. Oh, hold on. We got to get the music going. Okay, so it's like, right, this is what I mean by like we need combat. We've got all these nice like scenic shots and we've kind of built up some of the characters. So then we get done with some of this pan over stuff. We get this really nice shot of Whiterun. Yeah, it should almost be like maybe spawn in a bunch of actors. I think we just we'll show a couple of different characters like dressed up like we did right here. And then we just show one of those people like wailing on some mobs doing like a finishing move or something. Good evening, Swanti. We got here. I'll show you this one time from the top. This is what we got so far. I'm just trying to figure out what to do next, and I think I figured it out. Now I just need to see if I can do it. But here's what we got so far. Okay, we've got to... Yeah, we're going to have to spawn in something. We'll have to spawn in a bunch of stuff into the character and get it set up. I feel like... Let's see here. How much footage do we have, actually? We've got... let me go to... This would be epic. Yes, thank you. I'm glad. I think there's enough of it done where people can start to see my vision here. And now we're just at the part where I need to start figuring out how to spawn in some Stormcloak soldiers to fight some Imperials, basically. And I'm going to use these shots, but like I'm just at the part where like we've been using these shots, so there hasn't been any like actual action yet. It's just been like pan overs and character snaps and stuff like that. So and the title crawl. So like now that we're out of these really just these three gorgeous shots of Skyrim showing the different kind of biomes and weather and stuff. I think right here is where we need to dress up as an Imperial soldier. and we're going to spawn some Stormcloaks, and we'll be like surrounded by like 5 or 6 Stormcloaks, and then we'll record ourselves fighting them or something. Okay. Yeah, we'll use these shots again when we're kind of past this. Yeah, this is like the action part, and then we'll swap back over to the scenic stuff, and then, yeah. Let's give it a rest of the way to listen. Dun, 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 dun. It's dun 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 dun. I feel like I've done too much there. Yeah, that's a ton of edits. So I don't... yeah, well, I mean, this doesn't necessarily mean snap to a new scene. It could be like a beat. It could be like a quick, like 10% zoom in is what these could be. Like two of them, like a 5% zoom in and another 5% zoom in, or like a 5% zoom in, then a 10% zoom in, and then a switch, because you let it dun, and let it ride for a second, and then snap over to the new one, and then dun, and that way we've got some stuff. We're still throwing a lot of visually appealing stuff at the eye while keeping them entertained with some editing effects. I don't want to lose like people's attention, which is why I feel like we've got to go into action right here, because we've got all these. We need to feed them, like, get everybody. Oh wow, the panoramic, the beautiful landscape level shots, yay, and then combat, like, oh, this is so awesome. And then we switch back between the other one. We'll switch between the two. Now here's a question. Let's Lorem. I guess I could use Wabbajack and Mod Organizer at the same time. I don't necessarily have to uninstall Nolvis. I am not allowed to use this music to promote the use of meat, dairy, or other animal products. Okay, I promise. See, but that might make a really good song for a milk commercial. That sounds like Moby, all right. Very, very Atari. Okay, well, I'll have to dig through this. Maybe there's some stuff in here I'll use. Yeah, I'll dive through it. There's got to be some gems in there somewhere. If it's 500 songs, there's bound to be like maybe like 50, at least 25. And I guess it all depends. Like some of the stuff I might even have a use for. It just depends on the project or what I'm working on. Okay, well, let's leave that there. Let me see. Let's go to Wabbajack here. So pick a mod list. So it looks like we can use the Wabbajack. has its own set of quirks to make sure to read. Okay. All right. Well, here goes nothing. Let's see if we can get Lorerim installed along with Nulvis. And because they're using 2 different mod organizers, we should be okay. What? Okay. How about now? Okay, so browse lists. I'm gonna search for Lorerim. There it is right there. So we just hit download and install, looks like. Wow, that's a lot of mods. That's a lot of mods. I want to see how different things are with the combat's really different with Nulvis. So I want to see like the character guy, you know, it probably had something to do with the fact that I spawned 10 of them in a big circle around me. But they kind of grouped up and did some weird fighting stuff that I wasn't expecting, because Nulvis has changed a lot and I haven't really played enough of Nulvis to know. So what I'm trying to do is see if we can get Lorerim installed and play it at the same time. Oh, here, let me sign into my thing real quick. Okay. Okay, I guess I forgot my password. Give me a sec. Okay. finally got signed in. Let's authorize. Okay. There. Khajiit has wares. Okay, well, this is chugging right along, and I'm pretty sure we should be able to load Lorem with one launcher and then load Nulvis with the other. If I understand anything about how Mod Manager works, this should be just fine. Crashes on PC every few minutes with the Oblivion remaster. Play it more when there's a fix, yeah. Yeah, I think some people seem like surprised that the Oblivion remake came out. I'm not surprised. Let me show you why. Right here, this is why. Starfield was supposed to be Bethesda's next big thing. And let's pull up how much did it take to make Starfield. So they spent around $400 million and 500 developers, and they made Starfield, and they only made, let's see, let's average this to 3 million. Okay. 3 million. If a game costs 60 and a company sells 3 million units, how much revenue is generated? So 180 million. So they spent 400 million and they only made back 180 million. And I guarantee you that they were planning on making a lot more money than that and putting that money towards Elder Scrolls 6, right? But because Starfield failed so badly, they realized that they weren't going to get the sales that they needed, because you see they're still underwater on this. So they spent 400 million and they only made back 180 million. So now they went ahead and greenlit, and Starfield was released 2 years ago. So about what time did the announcements and the green light for the Oblivion remaster come to light? Was it about a year and a half, 2 years ago? You see what I mean? So it's I guess Oblivion and not Oblivion, Bethesda and Microsoft needing some, they did not make their money back from Starfield. They are in the hole from Starfield. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. How are we doing with the Wabbajack? About 50% done. Downloading lots and lots of files. Yep, it's going. Things are moving. I see progress bars going up. I want to watch it again. That's from 24. Did I delete it?
First rough draft? Is it this one? No, this is an old version, I think. Oh, is this the one? Yeah, this is the old one. Download is chugging along. It looks like it's gonna take a bit. Yeah. There's like 8 beats, so we do 4 beats of one character, 4 beats of the other character, and then during the lead guitar riffing and shredding, the two fighting each other. Yeah, we could do that. And we just do it one-on-one, and then that way we escalate things later. We have more than a one-on-one later in the video. That's how we do it. That way the fights keep escalating to like an actual fucking dragon or something. Yeah, at the end, exactly. That's how we do it. We just keep increasing we'll start with like humans, and then we'll do some Draugr and Spriggan and elementals, and then Daedra, and then the dragon. Yeah. That's what we'll do. Oh, so that's some good news. We got to get our average viewers up. There's all these Twitch things. It looks like we've made some progress on the path to partner. We got to get 75 average viewers, though. We only have 4, sadly. But I'm sure after we get this music video released, there'll be more people coming by to hang out. You've completed Build a Community. You can now recognize viewers as VIPs. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, Fridays are typically kind of slow. It's already like late, man. Yeah. I mean, I really slept in today. I needed it. I really did. Okay, well, we're done with all that. We're done with this. Okay. I guess we can close this for now. Let's save. Okay. All right, well, we gotta put something on while we're waiting. We've seen enough Unreal tutorials this week, I think. Let's check out what Red Letter Media's got. Twilight of the Thunder God by Monomarth just popped in my mind. That's some real Viking Skyrim music. Yeah. It's to like I'd like to use stuff like that, but like there's no way for me to get permission for it. Oh, there might be, but it would probably involve a few $1,000s for licensing fee for something like a Monomarth with the record companies and stuff like that. Yeah, there's no way I'd get a hold of a license. Unless they've got some sort of special community outreach thing. It wouldn't surprise me if some artists do that, but let's see, what do they got out recently? Let's see here. When did we eat? We ate about 3 hours ago. Yeah, let me go get something to drink. We need to put on something in the background. I don't want to listen to Lost Chord diss that stuff anymore. I do think the Minecraft movie hates you. The Strange Death of Emily Perez. Who's that? The Importance of Canon. Foundations of Dune. Yeah, that might be pretty heavy for this channel. For this crowd. I guess same thing with Tolkien versus Rings of Power, The Importance of Canon. Let's give this one a listen. I'm actually gonna let this ride for a minute while I gotta go grab a drink. Let me bring up my message. There we go.
Thank you kindly, Brando.
Let me turn it down a little bit.
First thing to specify is that there's no such thing really as canon in Tolkien.
The canons of narrative art in any medium cannot be wholly different, and the failure of poor films is often precisely an exaggeration and in the intrusion of unwarranted matter owing to not perceiving where the core of the original lies. Who said that? Tolkien? Yeah, it makes sense.
I want now to say...
All right, I'm gonna let this go. I'll be right back. I gotta get a drink.
Set aside a bit of time for the questions of canon, the importance of canonicity, and the liberties with same that it's permissible to take when adapting for a new medium. I've banged on and will continue to bang on about the breaks Rings of Power makes with canon. The show's entirely banal reason for this is well known. Despite spending $1 billion, Amazon did not purchase the rights to the Silmarillion. Rings of Power is not, therefore, an adaptation of the Silmarillion, but rather an interpolation from, in the main, the appendices to The Lord of the Rings, to which Amazon does have the rights. This being established, you might wonder whether there's any point stressing the show's discontinuity. I mean, sure, it's a way to fill the time, but isn't every complaint of that sort anybody ever makes just restating the premise? We already know they cannot adapt material they don't have the rights to, so why keep bringing it up? My reasons for doing so have been consistent since I first began reviewing this show 2 years ago. There's a simple and unimportant one. I very much like the stories Tolkien told and the world that he built, and attacking Rings of Power is a convenient excuse to talk about something I quite enjoy. But there's also a more important reason, which goes to the heart of what Tolkien made and of why he made it. It has a singular purpose. Tolkien was not telling independent stories, he was telling a singular mythic story, and its various entries spanning thousands of years of fictive history, encompassing everything from the Silmarillion to the Children of Hurin, the fall of Gondolin to the Hobbit to Return of the King. None of these are truly divisible. This applies, not only in my mind but in Tolkien's as well, to tellings of his story across different mediums. Rings of Power represents a much more profound attack on the thing it affects to love than even Disney's Star Wars does. In that context, I've had plentiful cause to complain that the haphazard elimination of the extended universe and then the careless revival of its individual corpses does immense damage to the world building and the world setting of that universe. In bringing back select people and places from Legends, Disney Star Wars snapped the chains of causality and contingency that made sense of those people and places to begin with. So, on a basic writing level, this approach has been destructive both of sense and of quality. But the Star Wars expanded universe was always a piecemeal and essentially democratic affair. It was a setting in which any writer could create stories, and those stories were usually separable from each other, and from the mainline entries of the Skywalker saga. Lucasfilm operated a tiered system of canonicity that strove to separate questions of continuity and artistic freedom. Authors of books, comics, and video games had the liberty to create many stories, but these were independent of top-tier canon. They could be brought into top-tier canon if they proved popular and productive, but were otherwise allowed to exist in a separate continuity. Consequently, while Disney Lucasfilm has harmed its own world-building by cherry-picking bits of decanonized stories to populate its TV shows, it has not harmed the original purpose of the text. Disney's sequel trilogy is an entirely different matter since that story is supposed to be a direct extension of that original story, but that's a subject for another video. The story of Middle-earth, though, is an entirely different matter. The closest one gets to a system of tiered canon is the distinction between Tolkien's final telling of his story and the earlier iterations of his story found in the history of Middle-earth, for example. And I stress this is the closest one gets to a system of tiered canon. Really, it's just a list of revisions that Tolkien made throughout his life. It is not in fact a system of tiered canon any more than your first draft of a script occupies a canon tier beneath your final version. Tolkien's work is remarkable for the depth and breadth of its detail, of course, but to my mind its true greatness lies in its contiguity. The Silmarillion is not ancillary to The Lord of the Rings, it is written and intended to be inseparable from it. The Hobbit is not the beginning of a story that ends with Return of the King. Return of the King is the end of a story that begins with the creation of the world in the Ainul Indale at the beginning of the Silmarillion. You cannot go about making wholesale changes and adapting prequel material without fundamentally altering in point, purpose, and moral the sequel. If the Silmarillion changes, The Lord of the Rings changes as well. And this is not just my opinion on The Lord of the Rings. Tolkien laid it out quite explicitly. That then satisfies the first point of this mini-essay. Rings of Power was, from the moment it was conceived, a profound misunderstanding of the thing it was pretending to adapt. More than in any comparable work, fidelity to canon is a requirement of any Tolkienian adaptation. If you miss the point of the part, you miss the point of the whole. Rings of Power cannot be, as it styles itself as being, a Lord of the Rings story, because Rings of Power precludes the Lord of the Rings. That is, though, just the first point of this mini-essay. The second point is against those who say that because some degree of alteration is necessary in adapting a story for a new medium, any degree of alteration is justified. This argument, or I should rather say this assumption, is commonly made because it is predicated on something true. Adapting from book to film requires stylistic changes, because certain narrative devices that work on paper do not work on screen and vice versa. Moreover, adapting from book to film usually involves abridgment, something that becomes truer the longer the source material is. The unabridged audiobooks for the Lord of the Rings trilogy run for about 54 hours. The combined runtime of Peter Jackson's extended trilogy is a little over 11 hours. And the reasons for this are insurmountable. They are inevitable. Writing a book costs you nothing in the act, and in the worst case scenario, you only realize your losses if the book fails to sell. Those losses cannot exceed the money you could otherwise have earned by finding salaried employment. If instead of earning £50,000 a year, you spend 5 years earning nothing while writing a book, then, assuming that book doesn't sell a single copy, you have missed out on £250,000 worth of earnings. And that's operating on the additional assumption that you did not take paid employment at all while writing your book. Most authors do, certainly when they're starting out. Making a film adaptation of that book is so obviously different that it's nigh impossible to count the ways. There is a significant realized cost from the first second of the endeavor. You have to buy the rights, hire teams covering narrative, production, graphics, marketing, music, acting, extras, catering, accommodation, editing, photography, CGI, location scouting, travel, legal, health and safety, localization, and so on, and so on. And as I'll never tire of pointing out, Amazon spent $1 billion on Rings of Power, not counting the cost of the free marketing it gave itself, putting adverts on all of its packages. Can you imagine how much Amazon would have charged a third-party company to place?
Oh my god, that's such a good point. Amazon did their own advertising for Rings of Power, and it would have, if it was any other studio besides Amazon having to do it, and they wanted to do that same advertising campaign on Amazon, it would have cost hundreds of millions of dollars.
Adverts for its product on every Amazon Prime delivery? I doubt that's been factored into the $1 billion total cost.
Yeah, that probably adds another 500 million on it.
The combined budget of the Jackson films amounts, after accounting for inflation, to a little more than $500 million. Tolkien could write a story as long as he...
Oh, like I said, 500 million.
He had the creative and intellectual budget for, but no film studio could ever fund a word-for-word big screen adaptation. The cost would simply be too great. Accepting this brute fact, and that an adaptation of Tolkien's work is necessarily an act of abridgment, we have to demand restraints of Tolkien purists, as well as on those reworking his stories. If you, as a purist, refuse to admit any change in adaptation, as some did when the Peter Jackson films first came out, then you logically preclude the very prospect of adaptation to begin with. To be clear, I think you are absolutely at liberty to hold this position, but we would then be forced to debate the merits of film as a medium and not the merits of a specific filmic adaptation, and though I am happy for this video to run very long indeed, it is not the place for an argument about film qua film and its inadequacies, such as they may be, next to literature. If, on the other hand, you accept the
Still downloading.
that adapting Tolkien for film necessitates abridging Tolkien.
We've got 18, almost 1900 done out of 4200. So we're just about to hit the 1900. There we go. So a little bit less than halfway. We're at like 48% right now. So we're getting there.
For film, then we move on to the question of faithfulness. What can be cut, what can be reordered, and what additions can be made without sacrificing the essentials of his story. And those essentials are, as I think I've shown, uniquely expansive where Tolkien is the subject, encompassing not just events and their sequence, but the thematic through line that begins before and concludes long after the film or the series in question. It should be noted that Tolkien himself never precluded the idea of a film adaptation of his works. Some were indeed proposed during his lifetime, and this gives us a unique advantage because not only is he on record expressing an interest in potential adaptations, we actually have his detailed script notes on one of them in particular. Tolkien was approached in 1956 or 1957 about a film penned by the, unfortunately for him, amateur scriptwriter Morton Grady Zimmerman, and it should probably tell you something of how it went when I say that after this experience, Zimmerman gave up the hobby. Now, it's unclear exactly what form the movie would have taken, with Tolkien himself initially under the impression it was to be entirely animated, though other sources deem it likely the Zimmerman film would have been a mix of animation and live action. In a letter to Robert Unwin sent in June 1957, Tolkien wrote, and I quote, "As far as I am concerned, personally, I should welcome the idea of an animated motion picture, with all the risk of vulgarization, and that quite apart from the glint of money, though on the brink of retirement that is not an unpleasant possibility. I should find vulgarization less painful than the sillification achieved by the BBC." Note for the viewer, that last is a reference to the massively condensed radio adaptation released in 1955. In a subsequent letter sent in April of 1958, and having had a chance to read through Zimmerman's draft storyline, Tolkien found the resultant vulgarization intolerable. He told Unwin, and again I quote,
because you got a nitwit to write the screenplay, and then you have like a titan like Tolkien read it. What did you expect was going to happen?
Zimmerman does not read books.
He does not. Oh boy, I can see why Tolkien would instantly take a disliking to the man.
Seems to me evident that he has skimmed through The Lord of the Rings at a great pace and then constructed his screenplay from partly confused memories, with a minimum of references back to the original. Thus he gets most of the names wrong in form, not occasionally by casual error but fixedly, always Boromir for Boromir, or he misapplies them, Radagast becomes an eagle. The introduction of characters and the indications of what they are to say have little or no reference to the book. Bombadil comes in with a gentle laugh. I feel very unhappy about the extreme silliness and incompetence of Zimmerman and his complete lack of respect for the original. It seems willfully wrong without discernible technical reasons at nearly every point. But I need, and shall soon need very much indeed, money, and I am conscious of your rights and interests.
I feel very unhappy about the extreme silliness and incompetence of Z and his complete lack of respect for the original.
So that I shall endeavor to restrain myself and avoid all avoidable offense, I will send you my remarks, particular and general, as soon as I can. And this, inevitably, brings us to those remarks, particular and general, which prompted me to write this mini-essay to begin with. They are tremendously useful, not only for telling us what Tolkien himself considered important in adaptation, but that he told us what he considered important in adaptation. That he told us, and that people will still try to defend Rings of Power's lore substitutions anyway, helpfully confirms that age-old trope whereby people argue in the absence of fact at least as often as they argue over fact. It's quite possible, though in my view wrong-headed, to say that Rings of Power achieves worthwhile things with its substitutions, but it's impossible to say that Tolkien himself would have conceded that point. There is, of course, another argument to be had over the applicability of Death of the...
We are over 50%. We're at 22, basically 50 out of 4203.
The author as a concept, and this mini-essay is not concerned with that subject. That subject is, I think, satisfactorily covered by the many hours in this video, proving that Rings of Power fails on its own terms anyway. Rather, my point here is specifically to show that Rings of Power fails as an adaptation by the standards set out by the very man whose work it purports to adapt, by showing just some of the ways its flaws mirror those of an adaptation he himself criticized. Prefacing his remarks in a 1958 letter to the agent and publisher Forrest J. Ackerman, Tolkien writes, "I have at last finished my commentary on the storyline. Its length and detail will, I hope, give evidence of my interest in the matter. Some, at least, of the things that I have said or suggested may be acceptable, even useful, or at least interesting. The commentary goes along page by page according to the copy of Mr. Zimmerman's work, which was left with me, and which I now return. I earnestly hope that someone will take the trouble to read it. If Zimmerman and or others do so, they may be irritated or aggrieved by the tone of many of my criticisms. If so, I am sorry, though not surprised. But I would ask them to make an effort of imagination sufficient to understand the irritation, and on occasion the resentment, of an author who finds increasingly as he proceeds his work treated, as it would seem, carelessly in general, in places recklessly, and with no evident signs of appreciation of what it is all about. The canons of narrative in any medium cannot be wholly different, and the failure of poor films is often precisely in exaggeration and in the intrusion of unwarranted matter owing to not perceiving where the core of the original lies." Now, I do not propose to reproduce his remarks in full. That would be excessive and not especially comprehensible, given I don't have the script on which he's commenting. Rather, I'm going to select a cross-section of his comments to illustrate a couple of points. First, that those who cry nitpicker at me would find Tolkien himself intolerable, and I hope for a singular reason, that these people neither understand nor engage with actual artistic production. Second, to show in what small details Tolkien locates the core of the original. And third, to show that things Tolkien considered intolerable in the Zimmerman script are present in Rings of Power, thereby redirecting these criticisms from Tolkien himself at Rings of Power. The first of my selection, and I quote, "Gandalf, please, should not splutter, though he may seem testy at times. He has a sense of humor and adopts a somewhat avuncular attitude to hobbits. He is a person of high and noble authority and great dignity. I'll be making this comparison at greater length later, but if Tolkien found a mere splutter on Gandalf's part to be character-breaking, I very much doubt he'd appreciate Rings of Power's characterization of Galadriel, or indeed Gandalf. The second point I include having already complained about it, because I'll have much more cause to complain about it.
Okay, we get your point. Tolkien would have hated Rings of Power because he hated poor screenwriting. And Rings of, if the easiest way I could describe Rings of Power is, it would be poor screenwriting. The Corridor Crew does a bunch of visual effects stuff. Let's see what they got recently. Does your voice match your face? VF Artist reacts to bad CGI. 172. Oh boy.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Visual Effects Artist React. I'm doing this intro as fast as I can, so we get into the clips. Let's go. It's clip time! So I've never watched the Venom films. I was like, why haven't we taken
Neither have I.
I know there's some sick CG in it. And so I pulled up the most recent Venom. The CGI is exceptionally good. And I thought it'd be cool to show you guys a physics sim that's kind of beyond anything else I've seen. But check out this scene here.
Is this PG-13 or R?
R. It's the most PG-13 R you've ever seen.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, it's the last dance, Venom. And then Venom's like, I might look mean, but I actually have a heart of gold, and I'm gonna sacrifice myself so that you all may live. And so he's like, what are you gonna do? And he's like, I'm a living symbiote who's going to gel myself across multiple bug-like aliens, and I'm going to pull them, while I'm still also Venom, over to an acid station where we're gonna let all the acid out onto me, and it's gonna burn me while I hold all these things together. All right, so that's what it says in the script, and that gets handed to the VFX supervisor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We can
Makes sense.
We can do that. Ooh, yum.
This is supposed to be the big emotional payoff.
A lot of stuff's going on here, fellas.
Whoa, what a funky thing.
We got a simulation.
That must have taken a lot of hard drive space.
Holy macaroni. Tom Hardy, quick, go on to a new franchise. My contract. Spider-Man's never gonna show up. It'll ruin your movies.
That was really good.
Dude,
look at that.
Look at that.
Isn't that crazy?
That looks so good.
It's crazy.
That is actually SimCity.
It's just bye for now.
Dude, through the window comp shot. Can I see Venom melting in acid with bugs through the window, please?
Yeah.
Okay, so my, what do we have going on here?
You got strands, you have animation of the stuff underneath, you have Venom's face in mocap, and then you get to the system where like now there's acid, so now you get liquid sims of ooze.
Oh, there's a lot going on. The first thing I think of is Vex Slug on a treadmill. Try to find
Is
that.
this reference footage?
Yes!
2700.
Yes! This is the first thing I thought of.
Oh yeah, people are like, this is crazy, is this real?
And this is something that the creator made. I don't know who made it, but they made it inside of Houdini, and it's driven partially by Vex coding. Basically, lines of code inside of the software that are saying, hey, your tendril, like slimy strands, should be reaching out and grabbing based on proximity of the collision geometry around you. So it's not hand animation of all those tendrils like reaching out and grabbing, that's driven by code. And so I immediately look at the Venom shot and I think, okay, there's something similar going on. It's definitely like an elevated version of it, but it's just too much to take into account. There's too many tendrils moving, and so you'd need some baseline code to reach out and hold on to surrounding collision geometry around the objects. But it's like, it's stuff that is beyond my direct understanding and therefore is magic to me. And I'm just like so cool.
Yeah, and a good effects artist will have the procedural system and then controllable, directable, like actor parts.
I think you have a skeletal animation for Venom, your basic bones that are happening there, and then on top of that, basically parented or constrained to it, are the other sub-skeletons of the creatures that are going to be wrapped within it. Now you have your bones, and then your other bones attached to your bones, and then you wrap that all up in goo.
Shrink wrap it.
So now we're just going to kind of like create some sort of like volume around that or something. And also that volume is now going to be effectively a cloth simulation or something.
Wow, look at that cloth. Wow, that cloth simulation's crazy.
And also that volume is now going to be
That's wild.
or some sort of
Interactive cloth simulation from 2016. Wow.
body simulation to move with it all.
But then you have the problem of the UVs on that object.
But there's something like I really took for granted when I started learning 3D, which is making textures
lighting.
stick to things. Like in real life, it just happens.
Yeah, how do you make a texture stick to something? In 3D, the first thing you have to do is skin it, and you cut the object and you lay it flat on a plane. And then you project your textures onto that skinned image, and once there's a texture on it, you rewrap the object with it. And now, when the object's moving, guess what? We have an understanding of where that texture is on that object based on that flat, unmoving representation of it. With this,
what happens when your object's made up of strings and particles and liquid?
it gets hard.
It gets hard.
There's two sides of the 3D coin. You can think of geometry, which is points and polygons and all that fun stuff. And then you can think of volumes, which are like, think of like smoke and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And converting between volumetric state
like a particle
and traditional geometry is very useful as well. The problem is, when you convert to the volume world, you lose all aspects of its physical properties from the geometry world. So you need to find a way, if you're using volumes to help with this craziness, to still maintain consistent UVs every single frame, even though every single frame you're generating a new volume. So yeah, for those of you who care, that's a real challenge. It feels like there's almost infinite detail. Like you can just keep going in and seeing more and more. Yeah.
That's actually a really good way to describe excellent CGI. It's like that infinite effect where you feel like there's more detail than what can be captured on screen.
Now, to be fair, there's been 3 Venom films, so they've had some time in practice. I thought it might be interesting to look at a shot from the first Venom, which came out in 2018, to see their approach to like all the gooiness.
Whoa.
It's like they're really starting, like they're trying to learn and figure it out.
Yeah.
It's not, like, it's not bad, but it's like very loose.
Yeah, it's got a lot of that like real like hand animation, 3D modeler, kind of vibe going. Whereas that last clip was just like pure organic.
The weeds on.
One last bonus. There's one shot from the second Venom that I thought was just like really, really good.
We're at 3,100 now.
Wearing glow sticks.
A total of 4,200.
Oh, there's so much going on, dude. That lighting department must have lost their mind.
Dude, the glow stick shader though, freaking nailed the glow stick shader.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, dude. I'm so.
Wait, did you realize those were CGI
I didn't even
glow sticks?
think about it. I was just looking at Venom like, wow, they really got him in there good. But yeah, the glow sticks, of course, they're all gonna be siege.
Your costume is amazing! Thank you, one person.
On one hand, it's a huge challenge, but on the other hand, if you start pulling it off, it marries the CGI to the footage even more.
You think they certainly have a stand-in there who's catching light.
I actually have a picture of the stand-in.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Oh, dude. They got a little stuffy head mount. That's so great.
Whoa, that was a hard act to follow.
Just like Tom Hardy is guided by his gooey best.
Okay.
See you around the block. So we just looked at Venom: The Last Dance, but have you guys seen The Last Waltz? In the 70s, there was a band called the band. They were going to have a farewell concert, and there was a bunch of big celebrities, music celebrities, who performed on stage, one of them being Neil Young. I know, yes, children. Neil Young.
Neil
I'm
old
sure you're
now.
fans of him. He's actually still alive. It's incredible.
Neil very old.
Yeah, I know. Despite forever young. This was filmed in 1976. What we're about to watch could be the earliest known use of visual effects for cosmetic purposes.
Ooh. Really?
Let me know if you catch anything.
His nose? It's really
They're
hard
like
to
matting,
tell.
yeah.
You've located the body part, Nico, but now you need to locate where on that body part the VFX is.
Did they get rid of like a nose ring or something?
Oh, I know what they did. I know what this is. I heard that he had like a cocaine booger.
Oh no.
It's a cocaine booger?
Yes. See how the contrast values around
Oh,
his nostril
no.
are completely unlike anything else?
Yeah.
That's the sign of matte work. Apparently, right before the performance, you know, he had to have a little bump.
Yeah.
And he had a big chunk of cocaine booger sticking out of his nose that was really obvious. And his manager. That's it.
The market. I mean, they have for a long time.
Oh, that's a cute octopus.
But man, they nailed the big eye aesthetic, huh? There's some real interesting visual effects challenges on this one. And you start with the skin shading that behaves, you know, appropriately in light.
Man, this is a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
For like a YouTube video. Wait, they had a full Siege Kid?
Full Siege Kid.
Full Siege Kid.
Much work.
Look at that rig. Look at that wriggly rig.
Dude, CG hat?
CGI tree?
Dude, it's funny how they've justified us to like watching stock footage of just a kid doing kid stuff.
Yeah.
They're like, just because there's an octopus on his head and we're into it now.
That's all it takes. Look at it pressed up against the
Dude,
glass.
that glass shot was great.
Right, though, that is kind of actually, that's a brutal description of this. They tricked us into watching stock footage because they composited an octopus on his head. You know, like, it feels like an ulterior motive situation where they're like, a movie's coming up where we're going to be doing this effect a lot. Let's build, like, our own little in-house test or pipeline for this. Because, like, to do this for a short is, like, almost, it's, like, preposterous.
Disney, dude. Just doing cute so well.
Who likes Lilo and Stitch?
We have apprehended a dangerous experiment.
I mean, I can see a live-action Lilo and Stitch working. It's like, it's a movie that actually has like people in it and takes place in a real place.
Yeah, easy translation.
It looks pretty good. It looks like Stitch. I heard people were like throwing a little bit like a Sonic the Hedgehog thing, like, this doesn't look anything like the character that was drawn.
Does it not? I think it looks pretty one-to-one.
Yeah. Great. It doesn't quite feel like they're 100% trying to make it feel photoreal.
Yeah.
Like they're okay with it just being a little CG monster.
They, you know, learn from the Lion King approach where it's like
Right.
the realism isn't everything.
Yeah.
It's definitely high fidelity, but there's still a lot of character in the face and expression. That profile kiss is the best shot. Look at how tangible that little thing looks. And even the little contact on the kiss, the little boop, the little reactionary ooh, ooh, ooh. The specular on the nose, that moist little nose. That looks really, really tangible.
The lava lamp shot looks really good too.
The lava lamp, yeah.
The idea with like an actual like light bulb underneath the CGI glass and the CGI lava and proper actual like light transmission and fluid simulation. Yeah. Have you guys seen the Death Stranding trailer? Babies can connect to the afterlife if their mother has died while the baby's still alive and they're still attached to the umbilical cord. And so they use these babies to see ghosts as they try to reconnect these various cities. Be prepared for like nothing makes sense, but it's all very, very pretty.
Yeah. Ooh, crispy mountains.
Yeah.
The crispiness of the mountains.
And that rain, beautiful environments.
Whoa, it's so weird.
Oh, isn't that like some film director?
Yeah. Yeah, there's multiple like film directors as characters in this thing.
Is that
George Miller? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And a little doll guy that has a different frame rate than everybody else. Dude, this just montage of art has been going on for minutes.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, seriously. The thing is, like, Metal Gear Solid was secretly a mecha anime. Turns out Death Stranding is also actually a mecha anime. You just haven't realized it yet. But much like Attack on Titan, it gets there.
Integrate.
how he feels it too?
It's like bio Metal Gear Rex.
I know, it's sick.
That's crazy.
Somehow
Dude, what?
Kojima just like keeps nailing it with everything he does, and they're so wacky and out there, but everybody's like, yeah, let's go.
Everything in this game feels like the next gen of design and aesthetic in general. Whoa.
Shoot!
Wait, what the freaking heck?
World divided, made whole. With a few sticks for encouragement.
What a fucking striking image. There's so much going on in that picture. First off, they're like in a graveyard or mausoleums and stuff. All those candles, fireworks going off, burning soldier skeleton guys, like, oh, and also Solid Snakes hanging out.
And Solid Snake, that's crazy.
And the atmospherics look awesome.
There's so much art happening.
Luca Marinelli. Apparently Kojima has said that this is the guy who we'd want to play Snake.
No way.
So the fact that he has him in this game,
Yeah.
basically playing the Snake equivalent, who knows, maybe. I mean, like, Kojima knows how to, like, get everybody, like, riled up.
He's like, hey, Konami, look what I got.
And I love that it's all rendered in engine.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that, because obviously you can make something look so tasty,
Yeah.
even if the gameplay and the technology isn't there for it. But it's kind of nice to just get a visual sense of what you'll actually be seeing in the game itself.
So this is on
How much time we got left?
Green screen. And I get
3,400
that.
out of 4,200.
It's great to have other actors to work with there. It's great not to be on a green screen. It's great to have all those things. But truly, if you can pull off a performance in that situation, you are truly an actor.
Yeah.
Can I give you guys a 2 soon?
I don't know why it went to the lower resolution.
Soon clip? This next clip I'm going to show is website only because YouTube will demonetize our channel. And I'm 100% serious. I literally, if this is on YouTube, that will send the FBI to our door. So I watched one of this guy's music videos, and I was just browsing his channel because his music videos were very, very good. And I saw this, and I was like, holy crap. Let's take a look.
Too spicy for YouTube. That's funny. That was a good entertaining video. It's good to get these guys feedback on some of the VFX stuff because I'm just now starting to dabble with Unreal Engine 5. We'll actually get back to some of that tomorrow. We're just focused on doing some Skyrim stuff today. We want to finish getting Lorem downloaded, and we should be able to load that up without uninstalling Nolvis, which is another like 2500 mod pack. So we should be able to run it from Webajack once it's done downloading, and these two should not conflict in any way, because the mod organizer has all of the Nolvis mods like one step removed from the game data folder, and then apparently this Webajack thing's doing the same thing. So like there's the game that's installed somewhere, and this is reading for where that install is, and so is this reading where that install is, but they don't have to talk to each other, or they're not going to run at the same time. So I'll be sure to close this, and then that means this should be able to grab all of the assets that it needs to run the heavily modded version of the game without me having to uninstall or turn all this shit off. So I just want to, like, Nolvis looks amazing, and we've got some really, really good shots out of it, but there are a couple other things that were changed that I'd like to see how Lorem handles it, whether they make as drastic a change as they did, or if they kind of keep the vanilla feel a little bit more. Nolvis is great and everything, but they did, you know, it doesn't have the vanilla feel. It has like that next gen feel, which was the whole purpose of the mod pack. So it plays great, don't get me wrong, but I want to see what my options are on Lorem, because this is the first time I've ever installed Nolvis. This is the first time ever installing Lorem, so I want to see what they look like. Hey, Overguards. We're doing good. So the Star Wars project, in fact, while this is going, I can show you. So I've been working with that digital effects artist, Fugnuk, and we're kind of at the part where he's been trying to build the big city of Coruscant in Blender, and he's been running into some problems and stuff. So we had a meeting. He kind of read me into what the problems were and that kind of stuff, and we got to looking at it, and we decided that we need to move over to Unreal Engine, because we're going to import the stuff that we made in Blender into Unreal Engine, and we're going to import it into, I'm trying to load up Unreal Engine here. Let's try that again. Okay, there it goes. All right, while this is downloaded, I can show you. Let me go to the library. So we've got this now. So we found this for free on the internet. And it was supposed to be for like some sort of bounty hunter video game. It was supposed to be for a bounty hunter video game that got canceled. But you'll be able to see in just a second how beneficial it is that we found this. You got to give it a sec to load up. There we go. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. So that office that Fugnuk made, we're going to import that into here. And what we'll do is we gotta learn how to rig up the cameras and stuff, because like I've been doing kind of the game dev side, but we're getting into the of Unreal Engine, but we're getting into like the video production side. So there's ways for us to add cameras in here. We can add that office building in here and then attach it to one of these things so it's, you know, physically somewhere. And we can do all these great panoramic shots. Look at all this. We can get, you know, establishment shots like this. You won't see the green bot. Like there's a way to basically set up a camera rail thing and then hit play and it'll like render it like a video game and like super high quality, and you won't see any of this UI stuff. But you have to rig up the camera and the rails for the camera first, and then kind of like play it like it's a camera on a dolly track or something like that. So we got to figure out, and we're not sure how to do all that just yet in Unreal Engine because we're learning. Just starting to learn Unreal Engine. So I've done a couple of tutorials, and I'm going to be doing a couple more. So we're actually going to work on this tomorrow. I'm going to mess around with this and try to set up some of those cameras like I was talking about, and then see if there's a way for us to get the game to render with the ray tracing and all that kind of stuff, and we can get a shot like this, you know. But the idea is to try and get a shot from the interior of that building. So we want to do something like, you know, zoom in here and cut out one of these squares, right? And then and then that way you can see me standing like in the window, and then we come to from the inside, from that interior shot like you saw on the first proof of concept. And then you can see out the window and the traffic and all that kind of stuff. So we're kind of in the process of learning how to set this up. So we're going to do like a really, really small short film, like fucking 90 seconds. And we're just going to try to make it look all blended well together. Like recording of me, like standing looking out at the traffic from the window, and then switching the camera over in both in the game engine and the live action footage, so we get more than just one angle. And then we've got an option for all these establishment shots. See, look, there's the Jedi Temple right there. That's like the iconic thing. So the idea is we're gonna put that office building somewhere around here where you can see the Jedi temple because it's iconic and it's quite the landmark. Everybody who's a Star Wars fan looks at this thing right here and knows it's the Jedi Temple. And we want there to be like a shot from maybe like a corner office or something like this over here. Yeah, and it's like just right here, and it's looking out over the thing. Look at all that. Look at all that. That looks great. Look at all that traffic. Look at all that. And then we can... Oh, wow, that is a really good shot. Gosh, that was a dang good shot. That's really well. That went really well. Okay. So yeah, we're making some progress. We're hitting some snags, and we're working together to overcome those snags, and that's what it's all about. And then here I can give you an update. The Skyrim music video is coming along. So you get the idea. That's enough to wet your whistle. That's enough. There's enough there now for everybody to see my vision for this music video. So we'll have this music video done in hopefully in the next week, because then we'll have 2 weeks to work on the Doom music video. So I want to try and release it. I want to get this Skyrim music video done, and then in a week, and then that'll give me, or the next 5 days really, and then that'll give me basically 14 days to work on a Doom music video, because Doom Dark Ages is coming out on the 14th. So if I can get a Doom music video ready to go, and then maybe play Doom Dark Ages and get some of the footage from playing Doom Dark Ages, and then incorporate that into the the Doom music video, then I can have a Doom music video that's released along with all the hype of Doom the Dark Ages, and that could probably help out the algorithm and get the word out that I'm making stuff again. So it's all working. We're making progress. It just takes a lot of time. We're trying Lorem to see how it looks. Nulvis is great, and we're going to continue to use Nulvis, and we're going to get a bunch of footage like we've got. Let's see here. Here's all the footage. We just got to start splicing all this stuff in. I'm kind of at the part where I need to do some action scenes, so I need to spawn in some Stormcloaks and some Imperials and let them fight each other, and then spawn in some creatures like a Frost Atronact and a Flame Elemental and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm glad you like it, New Fever. It does look really good. I'm really glad Deathforge told me about the Nulvis mod pack, because it's looking great. Like this shot right here. This one's really good. Check this one out. This shot's fucking crazy. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that badass? Oh my god, that's a good shot. Damn, that's a good shot. Isn't it? The game's so photogenic. And then we got this nice big distant shot too. Look at that. You just see for days. The mountains just keep going, covered up by the clouds. Like you can just see as far as you can. Look at all that. And trees as far as you can see. That's so good. So good. It really does make Skyrim look next gen. I just want to see what Lorem's looking like. There might be. What do you mean download failed? Don't you tell me download failed. Models installation failed because one or more required files could not be sourced. Try manually downloading these files. Show missing archives. Missing files. Wabjack was unable to find the source of the files. Please take manual action on the file files. You can find more information for these on the list of the Discord server. Replace all 4 amulets for the Quest Forbidden Legend and the staff return it with new unique mods Nexus mod. Then manually play. Okay, so click here to download the file. Okay, hold on a second. Let me sign in. That's gonna be right here. Give me just a sec. Okay. All right, I'm signed back in. What do we got? Forbidden Legends. Okay. So it's telling me to manually download files. Manual download. Download. Let's do that on the desktop. Okay. Alright, so there's my, let me cut that. Okay, now what? And place it inside the Webjack downloads directory. So C:, mod list, Lorem downloads, right click, paste. Okay. Let's close that and close this. Oh shit. We didn't mean to close that. We need to go back. So we got that one. High definition restoration Skyrim's original voices. Okay, click here to download the file. Much higher quality PS4 source, audio source. Please click to download the file. Manually place it. Okay, so I guess it's downloads. Music, LM. M music. Music high quality right there. HQ 18. I think I need to download these two right here. Copy, manual download this one. Save. Already exists, you want to replace it? No, I don't, if it's already there. What about part 1? Oh, that one didn't get downloaded. Okay. And then the third, high poly face replacer. And then add it to the Wabjack folder. NPCs of the Rift. Full version, manual download. Download. Save. Okay, done and done. Both have been done. Okay, so that's everything. All right, now let's go back. And I guess let's try manually adding these sources below. Okay, so we did that. So now do I retry? Okay, it looks like it's doing something. Let's put on something to watch. Let's check out the Corridor Crew. What does the inside of a Pokeball really look like? Oscar-nominated CGI. Let's do this one.
Leave a comment down below on who you think should win the Oscar. Let's get
Hey, Yar Priest, welcome to the stream. Did you see the latest update on the Skyrim music video? If you haven't, I'll let you show. We got the text all cleaned up, and now we're in the process of installing Lorem. Just to see what type of different shots and aesthetic we can get.
Let's get a vote. Let's get a winner in the chat.
Hey, what's up? Welcome back to Visual Effects Artists React. It is Oscars season, and today we are reacting to the best visual effects nominees of the Academy Awards. Specifically, the visual effects nominees.
And then we're going to pick who we think should win.
Right, I was in the theater going,
Ooh, insane. That one shot is the best visual effects shot I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's what I'm saying! All of the visual effects in the awards this year are incredible, but at the end of the day, there's only one winner. We have Wicked, we have Better Man, we have Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, we have Dune 2, and we have Romulus.
to me, there are two major categories for this particular year, and it's animals and it's space.
Okay, good. I'm glad you read in. I'm really happy with it. I'm just at the part where we need some action. We need people fighting. And things were a little wonky in Nulvis because Nulvis changes so much stuff, which is it's fine. Like it just like I like it. I want to spend some time playing it and all that stuff. But it just didn't have the type of behavior that I expected when I tried to summon in some Stormcloaks and some Imperials to fight each other. They did some stuff that's you do in Nulvis, but you wouldn't have done in vanilla Skyrim. So we're gonna check out Lorem and see if we can if their combat's a little bit more vanilla when it comes to me spawning in 10 Stormcloaks and 10 Imperials to fight each other.
We got 3 animals, we got 2 space. So I say we start with an animal.
Wait, is Wicked space? No, I
Wicked's
didn't even... I know that!
Oh my Lord. It is 338.4 gigabytes. Good God. Good golly, Miss Molly.
I'm the only one on the couch who's currently seen the movie Wicked, and there's some stuff that's worth talking about.
Is this how The Wizard of Oz ends with the Wicked Witch?
This is the prequel to Wizard of Oz. We start opening up with the death of the Wicked Witch of the East, and word is getting out to Munchkin Land. Now, up to this point, we know it's been full CG, but this is where the line starts to blur with what is real and what is not.
I'm pretty sure those flowers directly around the kid are real, and maybe like one row over, they're no longer real.
Dude, are any of the flowers real? They just go from like, this is obviously a CG shot to now it's photoreal, but it's still actually CG. You know, if you're gonna CG the background, you might as well CG all of it. It's just flowers.
They brought on production designer Nathan Crowley. He's done a whole slew of movies, one of them being Interstellar. Now, Interstellar was unique. Why?
The farmlands. They planted all the corn.
They planted 500 acres of real corn for all the cornfield seeds, and then turned around after production wrapped and sold the corn for a profit to the production. It was genius. And this is the same production designer who was behind that.
So are you suggesting they planted acres worth of flowers?
They planted 9 million real tulips to make that entire field. Insane considering it's like 2 shots.
So then it cuts to this shot, and it's like, okay, that's pretty cool. Then half the shot is still CG.
Well, this is, again, where the line starts to blur, because they built Munchkin Land for real. Everything outside of that Munchkin Land is CG, all the way into the distant mountains.
I mean, you can feel how tactile the set is here.
Yeah.
People are running in and out of things, they're jumping on things, like, you don't get any of that.
Now, see, this is what I'm talking. This is that stuff that. So you got to do stuff like this when you've got a bunch of CGI in your movie. It's important that you have your actors do things like interact with things. So if you watch the prequels, the Star Wars prequels, episodes 1, 2, and 3, you notice there's not a lot of this. It's all that, like, because all the actors are like standing or walking with green screens all around them. They don't physically interact with anything in the background, like we see here, where they're ripping, posted ads and stuff off the message board. So this helps like tie the CGI in with the humans to make it like they're more tactile, right? So this is something that I'm paying close attention to with the Star Wars project. We want to make sure that it doesn't just come across as somebody, as a bunch of actors walking around or talking or sitting and standing in front of green screens. We need to have some props or whatever, which adds some physicality to each scene.
You can feel how tactile this is.
And this is done. This is executed really well. This is, having, building that set, and then setting up the post board things where people can actually interact and rip stuff off walls or hang it back up or whatever. That's how you make it feel lived in, and not just like another CGI slop fest like Borderlands.
Yeah. People are running in and out of things, they're jumping on things, like, you don't get any of that with the volume.
And they did the same thing for Oz that we see later in the movie. And they built out everything, the storefront faces, the interiors of the salon and the bakery with baked goods in the window. Like, they really went hard on the production design.
So now they're about to meet the guy behind the curtain.
Jeff Goldblum. But yeah, so they go to meet him. How do you make like an intimidating, steampunk-esque, Wizard of Oz?
Oz, the great and terrible.
Wait, how much of that is real?
Sorry about all that. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, there's real.
There he is.
Yeah.
No, you're right. That is the real one. It wasn't real a moment ago.
There was behind-the-scenes footage of a real practical build, and the question was asked, did you have a real, fully functioning puppet head? And the director went on file and said, yes, we had a totally real and 100% functioning puppet head. But it doesn't say, and we used it for all the shots. This is the gray that we enter.
Now, I'm willing to bet when they shot this plate, they actually had the real masks sort of coming out, and it's probably the real strings interacting with it, and they're just match moving all of that up and down motion, like the macro scale motion. All the individual pieces, they're probably reanimating and like just using what works best.
If you think that's something to see, wait till you see this.
In this episode, we are looking at the best of the best when it comes to CGI, and all these movies have one thing in common. They are all using the VFX software Houdini, the industry standard software for creating all the epic effects you see on the big screen. Knowing Houdini is an increasingly crucial skill in getting hired in the VFX industry today. And it just so happens, I've been spending my last year of weeks...
Thanks for coming by to hang out, Air Priest. We'll keep making some progress, and we should have this video ready to release in the next week or so. Yeah, I really want to try to crunch and get it done. One, so we can get John's reaction. Two, so I can start working on the Doom music video, and I'm gonna chase those trends, baby. Chase those trends in my own way. So yeah, take it easy, man. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be live streaming again tomorrow.
Weekends creating a fully
Yeah, man. Happy Friday.
comprehensive beginner's course.
And happy Friday to everybody else hanging out and watching with us. We're just downloading this mod pack. It's we got 130
37 gigabytes downloaded. We got to download a total of 338 gigabytes. So we're about a little under halfway there.
To this amazingly diverse and powerful software. The one I really wish I had when I was getting started. A course designed to take you from your first time opening the software into making everywhere with you do so. And who knows, one day, Sims, huh?
This is the year. That right there looks pretty sweet. His face is very realistic, but at the end of the day, he's got blue fur, and that kind of just makes it off for me.
It does.
From like a photorealism standpoint. But that being said, I mean, they look pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the apes look good. They definitely don't feel as photoreal as like the animals did.
Oh, did they cast a spell to give them all wings?
But
oh, dude, look at that ripping
That's pretty
cloth.
cool.
We enter feather territory heavily here.
Oh.
And I really like it.
That was really cool. It was really well done. The animation is great. Like, wings are tough to animate. I mean, like, you can't just go film yourself in a mirror, like flapping, you know?
And here's the thing, if you think 2 wings are tough to animate, how about a whole lot more?
Uh-oh. Dang, that is a lot of wing animation.
So this is the origin of the flying monkeys?
Yeah. The other thing about giving your characters wings is that if they're not a bird, now you're truly like making stuff up. The physics are made up, the motion's made up, the biology's made up.
And the points don't matter.
I'll be right back.
You can still sell that and make people feel like, oh yeah, that monkey's in pain because of the way he's flapping his wings. It's like, you can sell that as an animator. You are very good at your job.
So that's like a nice little taste of the animal stuff. And that to me is their strongest claim for the throne of this visual effects Oscar. Of course, all their integration and set extension work is really nice as well. But again, those lines get blurred for me with production design.
We haven't actually looked at Wicked on the show yet, so we decided to give that movie a little bit of extra love today. But it's time to move on to the other nominations from this year's Oscars, starting with... So let's talk about Alien Romulus. We did an entire episode about this movie relatively recently, like a couple months ago. This was one of my favorite movies of the year, and I think my favorite part of the whole movie, we just gotta watch it right now, is the ring crashing sequence. Yeah, dude, this shot right here, fire, debris, and then it transforms into a whole different shot. All that fine particulate.
Pure sci-fi spectacle.
Yeah, all the debris, like the glints of light. No one ever gets the amount of debris right from an explosion.
Except them? Okay.
Except them.
Yeah.
Now.
Oh, it's so cool.
Dude, the whole room just getting torn apart like that, like a destructive Z-Pass layer.
Like a cheese grater.
Oh, man.
We're kind of breezing through these movies a little bit, but on the extended episode on quarterdigital.com, there's a lot more breathing room, a lot more debate, so be sure to check that out. There's also a whole sequence in this movie where this android gets brought back online, and he's played by a deceased actor, Sir Ian Holm. Again, we did all this in our previous episode. Since we filmed that episode, they actually went back and changed some of the visual effects of that sequence for the Blu-ray release.
In the original version that
Okay,
we
I'm
looked
back.
at, it was pretty decent, but the teeth were a little weird because
This really killed me. This was where they just, it's like they dug up Ian Holm out of his grave and scanned him. Like, I don't know, I didn't think it was a good idea to put him in here. It was probably the worst thing of the movie, of the Romulan movie. And there was a bunch of bad things wrong with the Romulus movie, but I honestly liked Alien Romulus because it was exactly what I expected. It was nothing but like just Hollywood schlock, disguised as paying homage to the Alien franchise. I enjoyed it because my prediction was 100% accurate. Like, we're gonna go and this is gonna be some over the top sci-fi thing that misses the beats of the original. Again, like Aliens vs. Predator did, and I was right.
This android gets brought back online.
Hey, thanks, Noob Fever. If you're, yeah, you have a good Friday too, man. If you're taking off.
and he's played by a deceased actor, Sir Ian Holm. Again, we did all
A
this in our
deceased
previous
actor.
episode. Since we filmed that episode, they actually went back and changed some of the visual effects of that sequence for the Blu-ray release.
Oh, wow.
In the original version that we looked at, it was pretty decent, but the teeth were a little weird because they were running basically a deepfake process to do the face replacement, and the perspective of the teeth was just a little tricky. And also the resolution was just a little low. It's like they had punched in on a shot that probably would have been better on more like a medium wide.
Interesting you say that.
Get out. However you got it.
No, wait, whoa.
The lighting's a little less bumped up. It's a little more natural.
Yeah.
The mouth is a little animated. It's animated a little bit less. Maybe it's more of the actual puppet underneath coming through here.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if they actually went through and they decomposited the mouth. On the deepfake, you can see like there's this weird blurry line between the lip and the teeth. It's like the lip itself blurs before it gets to the teeth.
And everything else is pretty good. Like the eyes are pretty decent. Darkening the face was the right call because you can kind of make VFX look fake with color grading and just boost them. Like, oh, the face is too dark. Boost it up. It's like now the compositing looks weird. Like,
yeah,
it seems like they chilled that out.
It's interesting. I don't know if it's just the grade, but there is a stronger specular.
We're at 245 gigabytes of 338.
That's a different iPass too. It looks like.
And there's more of like a softer bloom to them too.
We don't actually know what was changed. We're just kind of looking at it here. So we don't know if some of the deepfake was removed or if they actually did a completely new pass and redid it. But at the end of the day, the mouth is slightly less articulate.
And they're also slightly more zoomed out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
They reframed nice.
They didn't abandon the technique that they were doing. It feels like they're still doing the deepfake stuff, but just a little more tuned, a little more understood by the whole team, how it's going to look, where its strengths and weaknesses are. Like some shots are zoomed out, but at the same time, like the eyes still have that deepfake life that CGI struggles to capture, that deepfakes do really well. It still looks like deepfake teeth, to be honest with me, on the left, like on the Blu-ray release, but they're not as like weirdly bright.
There certainly is a market improvement, and like they were saying earlier, that's because, you know, they just had more time and experience with the software because they did it for the movie, for the theatrical release, and that came out, and then they cleaned it up for the Blu-ray release using the experience and their learnings from making the movie in the first place. I think if you're going to do that, though, you should release, you should release the theatrical version and then give the option to watch either the theatrical version or the enhanced version that came out post theater launch.
Positive a little bit better, the perspective's better. So just, yeah, it's an improvement.
But that being said, I think there's another movie that we should take a look at. A better one, perhaps. About a man.
Whoa, what a segue.
So our episode of the VFX Supervisor for this movie just came out. Crazy that they visited. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. Extended version on quarterdigital.com.
Better Man is really interesting because every single shot with your lead actor is a compositing challenge. You need to integrate them into the scene, often complex lighting setups with a full real cast.
And on top of that, costumes, CG costumes. Every single scene that Robbie Williams is in, he's wearing a different outfit, which means that they have a different CG outfit based on the real outfits from the time that he was in and all that stuff. It's all just created and groomed and fit around him.
So is the entire body of the character at CG here, or are they just doing a head and hands replacement?
It's the entire body is replaced.
Wow.
Now they have a guy on set who's actually going through all the same motions with everyone else. He's there wearing the mocap suit sort of thing. It's all getting replaced. So they are matching the costume perfectly to the others around him.
The whole
Is that Robert Pattinson?
We're dealing with different outfits, different materials, all interacting with a fully CG, hair-covered creature.
What is this called? What the hell? What's the premise to this movie? Everyman? What's the name of this? Better Man. Who the fuck is Robbie Williams? What's he been in? Bunch of Robbie Williams stuff. Okay. Dramatic fall and the remarkable resurgence of British pop star Robbie Williams. Oh, and they just make him a monkey the whole time? Oh, so he's like an artist. He's like a performance artist or a... So I guess the gimmick was, let's make Robbie Williams a monkey, a CGI monkey. I'm confused. In the movie, Every Man, or what is it called? Better Man. Better Man, there is a CGI monkey character who is supposed to be Robbie Williams. Who is Robbie Williams, and why the design choice of the monkey as the character? In the 2024 biographical music film Better Man, British pop star Robbie Williams, who... I don't even know what genre of music he's singing. I've typically like heard of some UK artists. Like, what is it? Robbie Williams, rock DJ. Okay, here we go. He's got a good music video. You got a bunch of hot, beautiful women opening up your music video. That's how you do it. Oh, now I know why I've never heard of this music.
The girls even more so. Wave your hands if you're not with a man. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. I got you.
Okay, well, that's not bad. I'm not trying to get a copyright strike playing Robbie Williams stuff. I just never heard of the guy. He's a British singer and entertainer who gained fame in the 90s as a member of the boy band Take That. Launched a successful solo career. The decision to depict Williams as a CGI champion was rooted in his own self-image. In discussions with director, Williams described himself as a cheeky monkey, leading to the idea of representing him as such throughout the film. The portrayal serves as a metaphor for his feelings of being less evolved or different from others, highlighting his struggles with fame, identity, and personal challenges. The film uses the creative approach to delve into Williams' psyche, offering a unique lens through which to view his life story. The use of the CGI monkey also allowed filmmakers to explore themes of performance and public perception, suggesting that entertainers are often seen as performing monkeys in the eyes of the audience. The artistic choice adds a layer of commentary to the nature of celebrity in the entertainment industry. Okay, all right, I can get behind some of that artsy fartsy shit. I get it.
It's a humongous endeavor. What's really cool is, the visual effects team, being Weta, they were confident that, we don't want to get in the way of the vision of this director, so they let him do whatever he wanted with the camera. That includes, Nico,
we're at 308 gigabytes of 338.
Not only do
30
I
more
need to
gigabytes.
something behind a lens flare, which is already hard enough.
And then we probably got to install it.
CG ape in full photorealistic simulated cloth.
Dang.
Oh, for the whole movie, by the way. I think there were only, was it 20 shots that didn't have CG in this or something?
Something like that.
It was like, of the 2,000 or so shots.
Okay.
I haven't watched any of the new Planet of the Apes films, so it's like,
Neither have I.
number 4 or 5 comes out, I'm like, I haven't seen one yet, so it holds me back.
You haven't seen any of them?
Oh, Nico.
I saw the Mark Wahlberg remake. Ooh. And I'll be honest, it kind of turned me off to any more Planet of the Apes.
Oh, that's right. There is a Planet of the Apes with Mark Wahlberg.
Oh, already we're just shimmering over here.
It looks so real.
I forgot how good that looks. Oh my god.
This is the interesting element, right? It's like with Better Man, you have one CGI ape that you can focus all of your attention on. And this one, every single shot is typically multiple. So it becomes this really interesting new challenge that arises.
Dude, the eyes on that monkey.
Ape.
Sorry, ape.
How dare you?
Apes understood this meaning in the time of Caesar.
How? Oh. Is that a CG book? I can't tell.
It is.
I don't remember.
Wow.
The show's getting really hard to do.
I know, right? It's something to be said, maintaining a certain level of quality, which is a real challenge on a film of this magnitude.
I've been told there's a tasty close-up.
Oh, the tastiest. Make a 2-hour cut. I don't care. I'll watch it.
Some person that is just flexing so hard on their keyboard. Their fingers have such thick muscles on them now.
Their gloves are just tearing at the seam. I don't know why they're wearing gloves. But
I love the expressiveness, like the eye widening and like the caustics.
The caustics of the actual of the telescope lens just like projecting on his face.
Because this is the thing with Weta is like they very often just build it for real. We were looking at She-Hulk back in the day, a previous episode, and I was asking about the eye. How do you get it to look so realistic?
Weta Workshop did She-Hulk? Oh wow.
Transparent, and then there's the inside, which you texture nicely. No, they're actually building out the biology of the eye. Every layer of it, all the different fun names that I've forgotten by now, and then allowing the light in their renderer to just calculate what would actually happen in the real world.
So
and
when
it looks so stinking good.
I've heard whispers of a monkey in a river scene.
Yes.
I think you need to hold it up.
What, Nico? Which character would be the most difficult to put in the water?
The orange guy. Orangutan.
Orangutan.
Oh no, that looks completely real. No way, no way. That's just a real monkey, sorry, ape in the water. How is this a sad moment? I'm so distracted by how good the visual effects are.
Look at it coming off the fur, Nico.
Look at it coming off the fur.
Pouring off of the clumping hair, Nico.
It's insane. That's insane. That one shot is the best visual effects shot I've ever seen in my entire life.
Let's go! Let's go!
We're not even talking about the interaction between him and her. Like,
oh yeah, huh? There's a real person.
Yeah.
I forgot.
And then it cuts to that shot where it's like, I'm pretty sure that's a real bridge there with a CG ape interacting with it flawlessly.
Whatever. I don't care about that.
That's what I'm saying!
I don't care.
That's whatever!
But it's like, look at the animation too, the facial animation and the emotion captured in that close-up. Like, you know exactly what he's feeling. That's what the full CG character. That's super challenging work.
I can't believe how many Oscar-nominated visual effects supervisors we have had on the show. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Mind-blowing. Yeah, it's so cool.
Thanks, guys, for coming out and being on our show. It's super cool of you. Bravo, Planet of the Apes. Amazing. We got one more film.
We have one more film.
Dune. Dose.
Was it downloaded? It's not downloaded anymore? Preparation? Oh, it's doing something.
What are the big visual effects moments that stand out to you in this movie?
Well, there's a big final battle where he...
This is a movie
Yeah, it's still
nominated for
downloading.
Best visual effects. Surely there are more sequences than just the final scene.
There's the cool infrared scene.
Oh, that's right. That was actually pretty cool.
Here's the thing. I'll be honest. When I think of Dune, like, it has great visual effects. I don't think of it as a visual effects movie. I think of it as a director's film.
Yeah.
Like, not to say the other films aren't director's film, but this one feels like this Runner 2049 has amazing visual effects by the same director. But like that movie, I also feel like it's the director's vision and design and approach to filmmaking that's really elevating that film.
A cool shot.
Yeah.
It's just awesome. I love the sense of scale you get throughout that shot.
The thing about this movie, like, you know, Planet of the Apes has great water. This movie, really good dust and sand. Dust atmospherics are really hard to get right.
Dune 2 definitely has very good
324.
Fire.
Yeah. CG
It's going up little bit by little bit.
Like there's that sequence earlier in the movie when they blow up all the rock.
Oh, it's installed. They tick up to 338 and we'll be done.
And the rocks falling and pulling the smoke with it.
Well, each detonation also has like a weird pulse to it that's real nice.
They seem to have solved like one of the problems with CG explosions, which is like the starting of it. The starting phase that CG explosions have, and it just gets to the good stuff. And like all the vibe is built on the lighting and the smoke, the portrayal of those explosions and the haze. It's like the director knows what makes a CG explosion good, and he works for the strengths and avoids the weaknesses.
Yeah, there's really something to be said about that.
So guys, the big question is at hand, and the winner of the visual effects Oscar goes to.
Wait.
Well, I think we should.
I'm like, wait, hold on. Should we talk about it?
Okay, now we're in discussion zone here. So I think we should talk about who we think is going to win and who we think should win. Wicked, very cool stuff, but I don't think it's near the top of any of these.
I would agree. And again, for as good as the work was, there is that gray area that takes it out of direct contention. In my opinion, a ton of the stuff that really drew the eye was production design oriented. But for me, with these heavy hitters this year, you need all the boxes checked. And that unfortunately unchecks that box for me personally.
I'll be honest.
Okay. We've got a little bit of time left before, because this is still installing, so it's at 327 gigabytes. It's got like 11 more gigabytes to go. And it's going up 1/10 of a gigabyte every 10-15 seconds. So we're looking at a couple more minutes. VFX artists break down the latest AI scams. Nah. Oscar nominated CGI. We went through that. VFX artists relate to Megalopolis. Okay, let's see Megalopolis. I didn't.
That shot there gives me serious Neil Breen vibes.
It's a little funky.
What? This is not real. This is wild. This is actually wild.
This is your closing bell.
What is going on? Oh, it's a Neil Breen film.
Megalopolis is maybe one of the most baffling big budget movies ever. It's like a cinematic fever dream. I watched it and I'm still confused. This movie cost $150 million to make, and as of today, it has made approximately $14 million back.
Oh no.
I've heard about this movie, but I've not seen it. Nico, have you seen this movie?
No, but it sounds like a movie I'd actually really enjoy.
I really think you will.
Oh, there it
Megalopolis
goes.
was the sole vision of director Francis Ford Coppola.
There
who
it goes. Look at it.
is The Godfather.
Chugging along now.
He did Apocalypse Now as well. And he also did Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Oh, he did Dracula?
Let me go get a drink. I'll be right back.
He wanted to make this movie for a very long time. He wanted creative control over this baby. And he had it. And you can tell he had it, right? Like.
And he also fired his effects team.
Wait, what? Yeah, it's true. He fired the entire visual effects department. Fun fact, he also fired the entire visual effects team on Dracula.
Yep. Yeah, so this is the second time on Megalopolis.
It's a thing. It's a trend.
When the entire VFX department was fired, Francis Ford Coppola ended up hiring his nephew.
Nicolas Cage?
How did you burn?
No. Jesse James Chisholm, I think it is. Which just on paper is really funny with all the nephew VFX jokes that we've made on this couch over the years.
They should have hired real nephews to do the effects.
That said, it's not as funny in real life because he is a very established VFX supervisor for Marvel, but just on paper, it's hilarious to me. Francis Ford Coppola has never had a movie this reliant on visual effects before.
Really?
Yeah, so this was, I don't want to say out of his field of knowledge. I don't know how much he knows about visual effects in particular, but the fact that he's firing an entire visual effects team is a little curious in that regard. And the idea behind the visual effects on this movie in particular is what they're deeming poetic realism.
Okay.
Right? The idea being the images lean more towards the graphic than they do the photoreal. But that also affords you the ability to kind of just say, oh no, I meant it to look like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it really is kind of a shield. But the visual effects in this movie are not bad. Like, there's some questionable visual effects that we'll see coming up here.
Okay.
But there's also a lot of really good, cool, thoughtful stuff. This is one of the coolest visual effects scenes in the movie.
Okay.
This is all hyper stylized.
Oh.
Okay, this is cool.
Ooh.
Oh, this is
That is
super cool.
interesting.
Sick.
Wow, is that a puppet? Or is it CG? Those must be actors and actresses wearing this stuff. Bravo.
Yeah.
You did it.
But I think we can kind of infer as to what they're doing, right? It's like actors in, these hard plastic
Okay, I'm back.
prosthetics who are performing, and all of the footage, of course, is filmed in slow motion to give them
Building
a sense of scale as
BSAs.
they fall or move.
No, but
Man,
they
this
have a
thing-
sort of latex suit. Their hands are probably painted, and
This thing is really, it's going through all the steps for us, man. I think I might just be able to press play once this thing is finished. If it's building new BSAs based off of all the mods that it downloaded. So it would build new BSAs with all the mods to streamline things like I did in that step guide. That thing took me 2 weeks to get through. And this Webajack installer looks like it's already handling it. So that's good.
I bet you that everything from here to the chin up is all basically a mask to get the actual sculpted statuesque features.
And the car we saw drive by was a miniature car?
This is all in camera.
Yeah, that's
100%
all in camera. Miniature set, probably on a volume too.
Yeah, this is all real. I don't think it's
Yeah,
composite.
I mean-
this is all in camera.
This is the type of poetic realism that I can get behind. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. That's surreal.
This is Caesar, the guy in the black suit. Caesar like Rome, kinda.
Oh,
Just in
okay.
case you didn't catch
He
it.
makes
Is that the guy who played the Flash?
Big Caesar.
So this is Caesar. He is a visionary artist who understands what humanity needs to evolve. He's that guy.
And you think 1 year of medical school entitles you to plow?
Oh, that's Adam
through
Driver.
My Emersonian mind?
Entitles me?
Yes.
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 Entitles me?
Yeah.
Right? He sees the future.
He's him.
He's him, dude.
So go back to the club.
Time! Stop!
Citizens of New Rome, I had a dream of an all-in-one platform that would allow visionaries to build their online presence. A new type of space. A Squarespace.
Is this an ad? Yep. It's for Squarespace for website builder.
Wait, what? Hold up. What is, okay.
It's a little funky.
There's a disconnect happening here. For me, it's the leading lines. I usually assume that an elevator is going to be more or less parallel to the wall that it's on. The leading lines of the street do not match up with the lines of the elevator. And that's kind of immediately throwing it off, like, oh, the elevator's like crooked from the wall.
So it's interesting to point out that this scene, like many others in the film, is making use of a stage that is surrounded by giant LED panels called the volume. The backgrounds here that we're seeing are basically all captured in camera straight from Unreal Engine. A scene was basically built and designed for this specific coverage. Maybe it's also tethered to the camera in 3D space, and animation is going on in the background, and the scene is evolving as we see it. And it becomes really obvious that they're using this volume.
Yeah, there's stuff you can do with Unreal Engine where you build like the 3D level and then you hook a camera up to it, up to the computer, and then when you move the camera around, you can see on the screen as if you were inside the level. So there's some crazy stuff. We're probably a year or two away from doing any of that stuff, at least 6 months, but we'll get there.
When the characters get up to the top of this building. One of the giveaways for the volume is obviously theater in the round, so to speak.
Wait,
you know what I mean? That's what we'll call it.
Yeah, it's we're at a space, and there's a wall of picture around us, and neither of the two of us will ever meet.
Yes, right. yes.
So you're certain this whole thing is the volume right here, because we're looking downwards. Normally the volume is a wall, and that does not include the floor. With this sort of perspective looking down, we would have to see some sort of floor.
Well, that's the fun thing about this particular setup. For the sake of performance of the actors, they actually suspended all of these stages up about 20 feet off the ground.
Wow.
And that was, and they put down a net below them to increase the anxiety of being up that high, so to speak.
They put a safety net out to increase the anxiety.
They weren't on wires, right?
They weren't on wires. They
And
put
she's
down,
wearing, look at the heels she's wearing.
Oh
dude.
my
Imagine
gosh.
landed on a net in high heels.
Wow.
How does that work?
That's both really cool and probably not necessary.
Volumes are very interesting. Like, they're being used more and more since obviously The Mandalorian blew them up. But they definitely have limitations as well. Because in Unreal Engine, there's only so far you can push it. It's designed to be real time, and therefore lots of shortcuts are taken in order to optimize the scene to make that possible. That often doesn't lead to the best final image, especially when we're talking about film quality stuff. With this shot in particular, you can see that some of the light values don't match between the foreground and the background.
What's the brightest spot in this entire frame?
Adam Driver's
the edges
face.
of their faces.
You're right. They shouldn't be brighter than the sky.
Yeah, you're so right. Yeah, the bounce light from the sky is brighter than the source light in the sky.
Yeah.
Oh, see, now that's how you can tell these guys are VFX artists. They can instantly tell the lighting is off and how the lighting is off. Not just that the lighting's off. I can tell you the lighting's off. I couldn't explain why. I just understand it intuitively. Like something's wrong. They actually point it out, no problem.
Yeah, the bounce light from the sky is brighter than the source light in the sky.
Yeah, and it's because they have the real light off screen, and that's brighter than the screen. But whatever, poetic realism, you know?
You know, poetic.
I mean,
how many
that's
times can we
movies.
say that though? Yeah, but you know, poetic realism, so that's fine. The idea was to shoot all of this on volume, but as the budget and timeline kind of ballooned and entire departments were wiped out, they had to kind of pivot and change the goalposts a little bit.
Because what's the biggest thing you got to do with working with volumes? You have to prepare your assets in advance.
Yes, that's
which
very
means
true.
you have to have a clear vision of what you want it to be before you ever start shooting.
Yeah.
And when you're shooting on a green screen, the nature of figuring it out later means you can just figure it out later, which isn't a great thing, but it allows you to do it.
Yeah, so that's the thing is they pivoted to going traditional green screen for some of this stuff as well, and you can definitely see the difference.
That's green
You get to
screen.
this shot, it's still poetically kind of weird. It feels like a cool like video game render, you know? But the perspective's a little wonky. And I think the main thing that's happening is she's being filmed with one focal length, like a kind of wide angle lens. And the
Right.
background left element is being rendered at a slightly different focal length, and the background right is at a completely different perspective. It's like we're looking at that tree like side on, as opposed to like top down through like a 14mm lens. So the background feels detached from all that. The thing that breaks the poetic realism for me is the rain. The rain looks like default settings, and that doesn't
Right.
feel like an artistic decision.
And then of course you have this where you're being lit with a direct light source and you need something to cast shadow over it.
Yeah, and all they do is just darken her layer.
And all
but,
they do
like,
is darken her layer that is
Yeah.
still being lit directly.
That last shot there is the only one that gives me serious Neil Breen vibes.
yeah, I can see that.
Follow me. They can't hurt me. You won't get hurt.
There's all these different eras of green screen, and the eras of like early 2000s music videos green screen with hyper contrast and saturation that looks exactly like this is my favorite era. This is like a Linkin Park music video from 2003.
I know the music video.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Is that replaced
That's
though?
a very digital crowd.
And then this is the...
But if it's online, then
Whoa! What?
Whoa! Oh my God! What? Oh, this got very David Lynch all of a sudden.
It just slaps you when it pops up.
I mean, this is like...
Anyone want to drop poetic realism right now?
You know what? Poetry's still got to rhyme, you know?
Dang it, man.
It's like rhyming orange with door hinge. It's like, I don't know about that one.
Especially because they're clowns that are already doing goofy things when they cut to. Was that intentional? Was he intentionally making the VFX goofy to match the humor of clowns?
Yeah, dude, that's poetic
Are
realism,
we
man.
being clowned upon right now?
Whoa!
That does not look.
Yeah, there's always that line between did they do this intentionally and stylistically, or did they just do poor CGI?
Like an in-camera background to me.
No, of course not.
That looks like a replaced background.
Let's
That's
see,
not
we're
a
still
stage.
The VFX
we're still
part
building
is bad.
BSAs.
There's no lighting. There's no cinematography. Like nothing.
There's plenty of stuff going with the installer.
Assets.
It's just going and going and
together.
going.
But you know, whoever rotoed it / green screened it, good job. You knew it going into it. At least it's on the show now, right? I think the whole point of the clown scene was it's just Francis trying to tell people to subscribe to Corridor.
Oh, you're right.
Whoa! I mean, it's pretty cool that they're doing this clone effect while moving the camera. This has got to be some motion control stuff. It's probably literally just a robot arm doing the same camera move, and they're moving where she's hanging from to a different spot and doing the same camera move again, and they're comping that together.
So she is a virgin. That is
Is
relevant.
that
I'm not just
important
telling you that.
information?
Yeah,
Okay.
because everyone in the Colosseum is celebrating her purity, and I think they're bidding on it.
What?
I think they're bidding to keep it. I don't know, to be honest. They got QR codes and stuff.
It literally is QR codes,
It's
dude.
literally paddles with QR codes. It's New Rome, dude. We do things different.
Do they have cell phones in this world?
They have to. There's
think
QR codes.
Yes, they literally have to. They literally have to.
There's not a single cell phone in Megapolis. No one uses a phone in the movie. This woman makes a call me gesture, so I guess people must use phones. I did find a landline, but then why does he talk into this old radio? This character speaks into something, into her magic ring, but I think it's just recording audio. And there's also laptops. Nothing in this movie makes any sense.
So while all this is going down in the Colosseum, our boy Caesar's busy getting crunk backstage.
We are free.
Wait.
Oh,
interesting.
He's just moving backwards though. So it's a reverse shot.
Is he upside down or is he laying down on his back?
I think he's mounted on his side.
I know what they're doing. It's a spinning room.
Wait, but it doesn't look like anything's shifting weight-wise on him, though.
I bet it's static. I bet the room's not rotating. But here's the thing, though. Some of the glass shards are on the wall. Some of the glass shards are on the actual ground. What if it's not fully sideways? What if it's kind of a diagonal?
And I feel like some of that glass would slide.
Guys, it's a spinning room.
Why?
I don't mean that the room orbits on an axis. I mean it's like on like a merry-go-round.
So it's spinning 11 Gs?
Yeah,
Just
no,
rotating.
but he's getting pulled to the side because things are getting pulled outwards from the rotation. He's on like a carnival ride.
Oh my God, Nico, I think you might be right.
Yeah, gravity's down and to the side.
It does feel like something that Mr. Coppola would do.
That would explain the Coriolis effect.
Yeah.
The way the glass leaves his hand.
Yeah, he doesn't throw it up. Like it kind of like flicks it out because it gets pulled out of his hand effectively by the centrifugal force.
If gravity was perfectly sideways, it would just continue on in that arc.
Yeah.
So there's something pulling it down.
I think the room's.
They did it. They edited that.
Yeah, there's no way it would just be a shot of Adam Driver sideways. Francis has done that. That's baby level stuff.
He's like, spin the room.
It's like, I made the Godfather, all right?
So, as we've established, Caesar is a tortured genius trying to usher in a utopia. And the way that this city is going to be taken into the future is with a new metal, I think it is, or something. It's called Megalon. I'm pretty sure I'm right.
This is getting a little chat GPT now.
You know, Caesar, he's a famous person around Megalopolis. So this little boy comes up for an autograph on a book, Sweetheart, and he's going to take time to sign that book.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh, shit.
The kid just assassinated Caesar.
Dude, is his name Luigi's Mansion?
So now they're going to use Megalon, the construction material, in order to heal a bullet wound to the head.
Megalon will activate some of the
There he is.
Wait!
No. This has to be dream mode. This has to be dream mode.
This is
still.
not real!
It has to be
This
dream.
is not real!
His teeth are on his lips.
His teeth.
His teeth are on his lips.
Now, Nico, but that's before the surgery, okay? This light going over indicating Megalon's healing.
This has to be poetic realism here. This can't. They're not trying to show us what his face actually looks like right now. They're showing us what happens inside.
So now they're going to stop using the Megalon for some reason, and I assume just kind of let him heal normally.
He's like, we got you 90% of the way there with the light thing, but you got to finish.
Let time do the rest. We got the bone, we got the muscle, the skin, but
it's like in Elysium when they heal the guy's face. It's like,
I'm gonna have to watch this movie. I'm gonna have to watch this. It looks like Francis Ford Coppola's fever dream.
the greatest scene in cinematic history.
We came to pay our respects, Grandpa. What do you think of this boner I got? I would have been able to outspend you, but I will.
I love that he whips the blanket aside. And
This movie might be a little too weird for me. Okay, I can see Francis Ford Coppola is getting a little weird in his old age. How do I feel about Novus? I like it a lot. I like it brings Skyrim up to like the best way I can describe it is it brings Skyrim up to next gen. Like we got all these, look at this shot. This is just an amazing shot right here. You see, we just got distance for days and volumetric clouds and all that stuff. This one too. Here, watch this. Look at that. So this is all shot with Novus. And it just brings that, like I said, that next gen feel to Skyrim. Now, what I was trying to do in Novus was spawn a bunch of Stormcloaks and Imperials and then record them fighting each other. But Novus has changed so much that they did not behave the way I expected them to. I could tell that there were like a bunch of mods and changes to the combat that was causing them to do what they were doing, which is fine, but I just have to learn what those things are. It might be better to do like a one-on-one fight in Novus. What I'm doing right now is we're trying out Lorerim because I know they tried to keep a little bit more of the vanilla feel, and we're going to see what the spawning in like 5 Stormcloaks and 5 Imperials and getting them to fight each other would look like in Lorerim, because we're just basically I've got tons of stuff out of Novus. Like this is all Novus, all of this stuff right here is all Novus. So all that's going to get spliced in here, but we're at the part in the music video where we need some action. So there needs to be like some combat. We need some Stormcloaks versus some Imperials right here. And then here we'll do some of these wide shots or whatever. And then here we'll kind of build up. We'll build up like monsters and stuff like that and slaying the monsters. And then further down we'll get to like even stronger creatures, and we'll culminate in like fighting a dragon and getting the death animation on the dragon or something. And then and then we're gonna splice stuff like this in too. Like, see, that's just a beautiful establishing shot, you know. Just gorgeous, just gorgeous. Even with it's cloudy. Look how cloudy it is and everything. But the cloud and the lighting is just like this is all Novus right here. This is gorgeous. That's an amazing fucking shot. This is too, like just going out over the beach and the reflection in the water and everything. Yeah, those Viking style ships. So this is all great. So all this stuff's gonna find it in there. I'm just loading up Lore Rim because I want to try to get some combat shots. Yeah, we could probably spawn the Ebony Warrior in. We'll mess around with that. I got all the beats and stuff here. So like if I press play, when you see this red line, which is the player head, pass over the little spike of blue, which is a marker, that's like a music beat. So it doesn't necessarily have to be like a scene change, but maybe like, show first marker is like show the new scene. Second marker is like zoom in into that scene by 5%, and then the third marker like zoom in by another 10%. So it's kind of like that, and it's kind of like zooming in with the bump of the music video. So like the timing here is everything. Yeah, see, that's going to be good. That's going to make it look... and then we've got these, like, where there's long notes without any beat. Oh. This is where we got to have a bunch of, like, death animations, because the heavy metal's shredding, so we need, like, some big... This is where, like, we need the Imperial captain doing the death animation and chopping off some Stormcloaks' heads or something. And then we'll go back to the scene shots and the character shots here. And then have all those, they'd have that kind of build up to some fights with some monsters here. And then the music slows back down again, and this is where we bring back in the scenic shots. Yeah, this part right here, it'd have some like a knight fighting some vampires or something. And here, this where this guitar is like really shredding, it just needs to get like lightning and have like a mage doing lightning on somebody, and have that death animation go off where it's all slow mo and the camera's to the side and shit. Like that's what I imagine when I hear this part right here, like. And then a nice slow shot. Probably show that where there's like a hot spring and there's like some females sunbathing. We can show that here. And then we need a big pan down shot of like all of Skyrim if I can pull it off. And then for the end here, I think I might try and take the very end footage of the Skyrim trailer, because I like how they've got him like the Skyrim trailer. I think I want to kind of add. I think I want to like use kind of their idea here.
You should have acted. They're already here. The Elder Scrolls told of their return.
Fucking, they got Max von Sydow to do the trailer, but they didn't have him record a single line in the game. Max fucking von Sydow. He's amazing. He's one of my favorite actors ever.
Their defeat was merely a delay. To the time after Oblivion opened. When the sons of Skyrim would spill their own blood.
Yeah, this part right here.
No one wanted to believe.
Is yeah, this end shot right here. We'll have to have a dragon flying. Yeah, we'll have to get a shot like this over Bleak Falls. We'll have to spawn a dragon and then get a nice shot like this with Nolvis. It's funny though, like I'm looking at this and Sky. This is very 720p. Like it does the mod Nolvis looks so much better than this. And this is what Bethesda and their marketing team came up with. Of course, they did come up with it back in 2011, so I'm going to give a little slack. I think what I need to do is get this footage right here, this footage where like it's looking at the mural. I need to find a 1080 Skyrim trailer. Skyrim trailer 1080p. Okay, here we go. Is this 1080p? No, that's 720. Here we go. Official trailer. Has this been crisped up? No, it's not. See, look at this letterboxing. This is still this. There's nothing. It might be in 4K, but it's shrunk down. All right, fuck it. We can still record from this stuff, but this is what I'm talking about. I need to take some of this. Take some of this imagery, not this right here, maybe like where this stuff right here. I need to take this and I need to put that in the background of the title stuff. See right here, I've got all black, right? But I think putting that stuff in there. So we don't have just a black background. We have this. Nah, because I'd have to zoom it in to get it to fit, and then that's just going to cause all this to look pixelated and stuff. 14 years ago. AI upscale? Maybe this will do it. This will do it. That looks better.
Okay, that does look a little bit better. Yeah, that. I gotta get that footage right there. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so let's do, here. Let's get rid of that. Okay, right here. Let me hide my webcam. We're just going to get this footage real quick, and then we'll throw it in the back behind the text to see how it looks. Yep. Okay, we can stop recording. Let's bring back the webcam. Let's go to the desktop. Yeah, this is going to be Skyrim trailer. Cut that. Let's go to the Skyrim project, paste that in there. Let's add this into the project. Skyrim trailer, here we go. There. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, yeah, I thought that might have messed something up. Let's move this out of the way. There we go. Skyrim trailer. Let's unlink the audio. Delete that. Let's not ripple delete. Whoa, that's the wrong thing. Click there. Delete that. Thank you. Okay. Now we just need to zoom in so there's no letterboxing. There we go. And we start here. Right there. Okay, we use this as the background. I think that'll be good. I don't think we'll need much more than that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, so all this needs to be moved up. There. And this.
Needs to be moved into here. Okay, so now. Yes. Yes. Okay, that does look better. Okay, good. How many of Swifty's PvP videos did you make back in the day? Well, I'll tell you how we worked on it. Swifty would figure out what he'd want in the PvP video, and then I'd work with him, and we'd get him to record his lines, and then Swifty would get all of the. He would hand me the script of the things that he wanted to say, and I would ask him some clarifying questions, because I would do like a little bit of editing to, like, well, this is a little unclear to somebody who's like me trying to learn Warrior, so so I'd work with him a little bit, but for the most part, I mean, by the time John handed me a script, it was like 90% done. So I would help him get the footage, get the video footage, and then he would get me all of the WoW footage. And we'd do that like by Tuesday. We start the week on Monday, so we'd have all that done by like Tuesday, and then the next like 3, 4, 5 days, I'd be like editing hardcore. Probably spend anywhere between like 50 to 60 hours on a 15-minute video, and I'd do all that in like 3 days, and then I'd take like the next 2 days off, and then we'd start and do it all over again. Yes, yeah, no, I was the main editor for, at least when it came to all the PvP videos with the music videos and stuff. That was me. I'd say, all right, Swifty's like, hey, I need to do another PvP video. Do you got a good song? I was like, yeah, I got a good song. Get me the footage, and I'd slap it all together. I really do enjoy doing this. This is like, this stuff comes natural to me. I like I see all these images in my head when the music plays, and all I'm doing is basically filling in the gaps in the timeline. I'm just like, I need to grab this shot, let's put this in here. Like I see all this stuff in my mind's eye. Yeah, we might want to end with just this, like. Okay, we'll leave that there as a placeholder. We might try to record that ourselves, do a nice flyby or something. We'll see. Throw that up on a website. Well, and then what would I do? People would hire me to work on their projects. To do the idea is like, I'm open to the idea, like collabing or working on other people's stuff. But that like I like the idea of doing some collabs with John and stuff like that, sure. But I like the idea of doing like a music video project, so there'll always be something like the Skyrim music video. Next, we're going to do the Doom music video, because Doom Dark Ages is coming out, which is why I'm trying to gun to get this done. So they'll always be working on like a music video, and then there's the game development stuff that I'm just I honestly don't get that much out of video games these days. I get a lot more entertainment and fulfillment out of trying to learn how to make the game I want to play.
So, and then learning stuff in Unreal Engine's helping with the Star Wars project. And we talked about the Star Wars project earlier. We'll probably work on that sometime tomorrow. Now that we got that badass Coruscant file, it's 1.5 gigs. That whole Coruscant file, and it's really going to up our game if we can manage to use that stuff. Hey, give me money, help me make this stuff. Yeah. I plan on doing that with the Skyrim music video. Basically, I'm kind of like starting a new portfolio, I guess, because the old stuff is just so different, and I'm not really interested in doing the old stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll collab with Swifty and we'll make some content together. But do I want to make World of Warcraft videos? No. Yeah. No, I get it. I get where you're coming from, and I know that once this is released, and if it turns out half as good as this part of it looks, people will come by the channel and check it out. That's one of the other reasons why I want to work on that. While I'm working on that long form video talking about the games industry itself, this stuff, right? Because it's just like, there's I like talking about this stuff, so I want people to be able to come in and they'll see the Skyrim music video and they'll be like, oh wow, let me go check out this guy's channel, and I want to have this ready too for them to watch it, and this will plug the Patreon, and it's like, hey, here's all the stuff I'm working on, here's what I'm about, here's the stuff that I'm working on, here's the Patreon. So there'll be 2 really nice videos, and then there's the PC build video and stuff. But like, I can understand why I don't have a lot of viewers right now, because for the last, what is it, 2 months, all I've done is release like little video like project updates. Hey, we're working on this, we're working on that. I don't really have anything to show for it, but besides maybe some of the cool stuff in Unreal, right? But once this is done, once this music video is done and the accompanying video is done, then I'll have 2 things that I'm really proud of that I think will showcase the direction that I want to take the channel, and I want to use that as the verbiage for like, hey, sub to me on Patreon and all that stuff. Yeah, no, that's the plan. Deathforge is the plan. I like doing the music videos. That's my bread and butter. That's the stuff that gets me excited and up out of bed in the morning to work on that. Especially like Doom. Like, we're gonna go crazy with Doom. We're gonna record like 1993 Doom unmodded, Doom 2 unmodded. Then we'll mod them, and then we'll play like some Doom 3. And then we'll get footage of Doom 3, and we'll get footage of 2016. We'll get footage of Doom Eternal, and we'll splice it all together. And I'll have to figure out what to do, what kind of music and stuff to use. It'll probably be from the Doom catalog of stuff. Yeah, that's the idea. Is release the. I don't know what we're gonna do after Doom. But we'll figure that out when there's 2 projects right now. This one's in flight, and then the other one's on deck. So I don't really need to give myself any more projects or think any further ahead than that right now. Okay, I think it says finished installing the lore room. Okay. Let's do this. Get rid of that. Okay. Open in File Explorer. Okay. So it looks like it installed its own version of Mod Organizer. GMV. What? Forgive my ignorance. Game music video? Warcraft movies? Oh, yeah. I'm trying to bring that back, dude. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring that back. For real. Like, I ate that stuff up when in the late 90s and the early 2000s, when there were all those Dragon Ball Z metal music videos and shit. It used to be a whole subculture of editing. And then the Quake 3 and Unreal Tournament game movie video. Yeah, bro. that was the tits.
And I kind of brought it over to World of Warcraft. Let's close this. How do we load the lore rim? Open in File Explorer, create doors, shortcut. Okay. Did that do it? Oh, right here. There we go. There it goes. The first video I ever liked on YouTube, Got the Life by Dragon Ball GT. Yeah. Yep, I'm trying to bring back the game music video. You stick around, we'll do it. Page file on all drives is too small, but only. Do you want to automatically set? Yeah, go ahead. Do you want to restart the computer? No, not right now. Please restart the system. Oh my God, we had to change the page file size. That I understand why. You had to make it bigger. Yeah, I heard Hellgate. Like, I could never get the game to run on my computer. Like, I always had problems with it. And then the game died quick too, which was sad. All right, let me bookmark Lorem here. Bookmark that. Lorem, got it. Okay. Yeah, it's 7 o'clock. Let me I'm not in the mood to restart the computer right now. Let's see what else we got. There we go. I'm getting all my markers. Now let me watch this to make sure that the visual aligns with the beat. Wait. Yeah, that's a 1. Let's get rid of that and that one. There's another one there. And then the big one, the guitar solo. And then a slow establishing shot. Let's change the color because this is where the tone changes. Okay, and this will be tone change. Just slower. Establishing world establishing shots. Okay. Done.
Did you play WildStar? Oh yeah, no, I played WildStar back in the day. That was really fun. I couldn't get it. That's when my health wasn't doing too good, and I was like, I wasn't really getting it. I felt so terrible all the time that even sitting in front of the computer and playing a game was like taxing to me, because I'd be like drifting off or just in a terrible bad mood, because I didn't know it at the time, but I just wasn't getting any sleep. And I had the cancer. I didn't know I had the cancer then either. So yeah, I fell out of WildStar because that was around the time that I kind of stopped worrying about video games and just took care of myself. Let me go grab something to drink real quick, and we'll put on something. Let's kick it, man. I got everything. I put in some hours today. We put some hours into it. I'm really happy with how this turned. In fact, I'm going to render this part. Let's go to delivery. And then rough draft update. NVIDIA. And give it to me for YouTube. Type NVIDIA. Add to queue. Render that for me. I cannot begin to explain to you how nice it is to be able to render things this fucking fast. It's really awesome. Okay. I'm gonna check this out real quick and I'll get something to drink. That's so good. Yes. Yes. Yep, and it's time for action, and it's time for whacking, packing, and stacking. That's what we're building up to it. That's why we didn't show any combat at first. Now we gotta keep them hooked in. Yeah, I think I had a PvP movie. I took down a lot of stuff from back in the day. I didn't feel too good about. You know, it was real painful for me to watch that stuff for a while because I felt like so terrible all the time, you know, physically, and I was having problems thinking straight and all this stuff, and it really upset me to watch that stuff from back in the day because, you know, it just reminded me of some really, really bad times. I know that sounds all sad. I'm trying to be upbeat and stuff, but I'm also just being honest. Like, that's why I didn't, you know, I didn't even stay in touch with a lot of people. I've lost touch with a lot of people. I gotta start making an effort to get back in touch with people, especially like with John and stuff. I'm doing better now. 'Twas not always so. All right, let me close this out. We're going to, here, let me pin this to the taskbar. We will try Lorem first thing tomorrow after a restart. A1 since day one. That's awesome. I appreciate that, Death Forged. I really do. So we clean that up. We clean this up. We got Moby. Let me bookmark this. Video, music assets, right there. There, we got Moby's stuff. We added that to the list. All right, we can close that. That's company logo. That's Gemini. I'm not really looking to download another 350 gigabyte Skyrim pack, so we'll just go ahead and vanquish bugs. And, oh, wow. Let's close that out. We can close out Wabbajack. That's the Skyrim thing we just ripped this from. Just watching that. Okay. I do want to kind of see Lost Chord's take on the Captain America movie, because like there's so many things that went wrong with that movie, especially like chasing trends for plots, and then there was a huge shift away from that trend, and then they had to like reshoot the movie for the third fucking time. It's like you gotta have a vision when you go in and make a movie. Otherwise, shit like Captain America: Brave New World happens. All right, let me go grab something to drink real quick, and we're just gonna kick back and relax some. I'll eat dinner in a little bit. Been streaming for 5 hours. That's fine. We're at a stopping point. Be right back. Put the BRB right there. Okay. And then we'll check out Lost Chords thing. Be right back, y'all. Hi, buddy. Thank you. You want to go outside? What is it? You want pets? Mm-hmm. You want attention? Here we go. I'm gonna set my lap. There you go. There you go. There we go. We got a cat in the lap now. Okay. I'm kind of winding down for the day. It's been we've made some good progress today. I need to rest. I'm a little tired. It's Friday. I've been going hard all week. You know, just kick back a little bit.
A Brave New World is the monster Frankenstein would have created had he first drunk 3 bottles of cheap scotch and had himself lobotomized to cure his crippling depression. It resembles a hellishly uninspired jigsaw completed by a bored child with a hammer. None of the pieces are in the right place. Half of them came from the wrong box, and they've been mashed into a generic pulp for roughly the amount of money it would cost to eliminate AIDS in the bottom half of Africa. There are somewhere between 3 and 15 different movies crammed into this one film, but as best I've been able to work out, the plot is as follows. The movie begins with Captain Falcon and his sidekick, Eagle Twink on a mission to rescue hostages and retrieve an important McMuffin from a bunch of terrorists who showed up for the reshoots and demanded to be put into the movie. A funny coincidence, The Winter Soldier also opened with Captain America and Natasha Romanoff on a mission to rescue hostages and retrieve an important McMuffin from a bunch of terrorists. Once the mission is completed, Captain Falcon vaguely worries that something was odd about his mission. It is strongly implied that all is not as it seems. Somebody was manipulating things behind the scenes. Much like Winter Soldier, where Cap worried that something was odd about his mission, and it was strongly implied that all was not as it seemed, and that somebody was manipulating things behind the scenes. Captain Falcon and Eagle Twink pick up their old friend, Captain Race Allegory, from the Falcon and the Winter Soldier show, and they go off to meet President Thunderbolt Ross, now a grumpy old man played by the Pedro Pascal of grumpy old men, Harrison Ford. President Ford Mark II is on a mission to make America great again to prove to his daughter that he is a changed man. You remember his daughter, right? Arwen. His daughter is Arwen from The Lord of the Rings. She's Bruce Banner's ex-girlfriend from that 17-year-old Incredible Hulk movie that nobody is quite sure belongs in the MCU. Truly, we have all been waiting to see how that story ends, and a Captain America movie in 2025 is...
Look at all this fur. You see all this? You see all this fur? I'm gonna have to brush you. You don't like being brushed, but I'm gonna brush your ass. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna brush the kitty. You're full of hair. There's so much hair. All you do is shit. Look at this. Look at this. Look. See, look, I go like that. And there's hair. See? Smell that? That's you. You make a mess. You make a mess.
Obviously the place to end it. At some point in the recent past, everybody remembered that a giant god erupted from the Earth's core in that Eternals movie that about 5 people liked. We really are tying up all the loose ends in this movie. That it is a giant dead god is as interesting to Captain America Brave New World as the fact Eternals ended with Arishem the Judge promising to come back and cast his verdict upon humanity for its sins. Which is to say, it isn't interested in that at all. Oh no! The really important thing is that they've discovered that the giant dead god statue is made of adamantium, and an odd assortment of the world's nations, France, India, America, and Japan, because the Chinese weren't available, have been vying for control of this precious new resource. It's billed as being even better than vibranium, partly because it is harder, better, faster, and stronger, and partly because it is not under the exclusive control of a racist ethno-state named Wakanda. President Ford has a grand plan to unite the world's peoples. He has been working on a treaty, you see. A treaty that would ensure the adamantium is, and I quote, shared fairly and equitably with the whole world. This is what you do with immensely important strategic resources with massive national security implications. You share them equitably with Cuba. President Ford asks Captain Falcon if he would consider reforming the Avengers, which I mention here because you'd think that would be incredibly relevant to the movie that follows. But it isn't. And then, oh no, Captain Race Allegory pulls a gun and he shoots at President Ford and he misses. He runs off, but he's captured and surrounded, only for Captain Falcon to find that he doesn't remember what he just did. A super soldier who commits a grave crime but forgets all about it because he's been mind controlled? Well, gee, golly gosh, and fuck me up the wrong, and this sounds awfully familiar too. Captain Falcon insists that Captain Race Allegory is really innocent, but President Ford sacks him on the spot and condemns another innocent black man to death row in order that the movie has a ticking clock. I mean, yes, the average time...
See, the plot already sounds like a mess. I don't... yeah, there's no need to tear down a bad movie anymore, and it already is. We'll go check something else out. Oh, that's right. I was checking out SB's website. I guess he's a vegan. Mind Over Matter, SB's, Lord of the Rings medal. He got him a 20. Oh, look, it's current. This website's up to date. 2025. Wow. He did a whole thing. Now there's some credit music right there. What once I release this video for S Beast, I'll reach out to him again. I'll let me use all your music. I'll credit you, I promise. Oh Gus, you went and got yourself a mace weight? A mace bell? That's good to hear. You got that quick. Didn't we just talk about it like a couple of days ago? Yeah, it looks like the last time this guy put out a video was 3 months ago. Okay, so he's still active. That's good. We'll get to reach out to old boy and be like, "Hey bro, you said I could use your music 10 years ago. Finally got around to it. Can I use your E1M?" Oh, this is for the Doom music video. So let's see if we can release this, and then I can get permission for E1M1. That's got like a nice MIDI sound to it. BRB swinging the mace. Oh, that was your BRB. Oh, I haven't got one, but got me thinking about it with the convo you were having the other day. Yesterday. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. It was a day or two ago, probably. That's a bit too much double bass, if you ask me. Now that's better. Like, there's just a little too much earlier. All these switch ups could work in my favor, because when he does a switch up, I can switch to a different Doom version. No, that's what we start with. We start with the MIDI. Okay. Let's see if he's got any other Doom stuff real quick. What else has he got? Killer Instinct, Duke Nukem. Video game covers. Let's check out all of his video game covers. Wait, here we go. Sea of Stars, Elden Ring, Doom, Half-Life, Final Fantasy VII, Dragonborn, Duke Nukem, Fantasy VII, Zelda. Oh, I'll be right back. I turned on the air fryer. I'm gonna heat up some chicken breast. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to cook some food. Okay, I had to put the chicken on. Sorry about that. So we're looking at all of his game covers, and there's only one Doom, huh? There's a Duke Nukem, Guile, Blanca, Sonic, Mario, F-Zero. Okay, just the Doom one, huh? Okay. Half-Life, Metal Medley. Okay, well maybe we can get Doom E1M1 cover. This one's really good. I gotta like figure out how to reach out to this guy If you'd like to support me, pledge my Patreon or buy my music. Proudly endorsed by Cover, 7-string, Equipment, Jim's Gate, Family Jewels. Riff and shred until it is done. Okay, we'll have to figure out how to reach out to this guy, get the cover. Does that take him to... Okay. For musicians to get music into Spotify, okay. It's not like he's got a Discord or anything. Maybe we just fucking use it and give him credit and everything, like I did for S Beast, and we just ask for permission. Like, yeah, I'll take the video down if you want, but I used your song. Don't ask for permission. Ask for forgiveness. Oh man. We'll have to think about that. Okay, so we've got that. We already watched all the Red Letter Media stuff. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I guess we're just at a stopping point. I should go ahead and call it. Normally around this time, Phoebus would be coming in. And we'd be able to chat with Phoebus and carry on the conversation. But, it's Friday, and it seems like most folks are out enjoying the weekend. Like I said, we made a lot of progress today. I'm going to try to start a heck of a lot earlier tomorrow morning and get more stuff done towards the music video. Like I'm trying to get the Skyrim music video done in the next couple of days. Actually, so we're gonna go hard. So we'll come back and we'll try out Lorem tomorrow, and we're just gonna keep working on all this as much as we can. So I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna kick it and relax for a little bit. I need to unwind, I guess. Though I don't know. I feel a lot better once the job search is completed. I feel like I'm in between two worlds right now because I'm in the process of trying to get another gig. And then I've got all this time, free time, but I'm like working with recruiters, and then I'm spending time applying to jobs, and I'm just going around. I feel like I'm going around in circles, but I do feel good that I'm making a lot of progress on the Skyrim music video. So I'm going to focus on that feeling, and then we'll pick this up again tomorrow. I'll be simulcasting, so I'll see you folks in the chat then, and we can look forward to trying out Lorem and getting a bunch of footage from it. All right, see you next time.